Alright, here we go. Let me share the stream and then we will get started. So it should hopefully be interesting. Hello, David J. How you doing? Gonna really quickly share the stream. You're good, man. Thanks for always asking. How about you? Doing alright, David J. Right now, I've had this stream idea for a little while, because it's been a while since I did this kind of stream. And since there's a lot of new tech, a lot of new weapons and stuff like that I've tried, I kind of figured why not do this sort of stream again. I'll get into the rules of this ranking when we get into it, because it's going to be more unique from other tier lists that most people do. And it's probably going to be several hours. Hey, David Barda, how you doing? Gonna really quickly just share the stream. And I'll wait until some people get in, and then we'll get started on everything, and I'll explain the rules. Because, quite frankly, I'm not the biggest fan of tier lists. But the way I'm doing it today is an exception, and I've gone over this with Carp as well in a VC, so he'll understand it somewhat. Gotcha, don't worry. Hell yeah. Oh no, I'm not fucking playing this song, we're skipping that. That's better. That's so much better. And also, it's just going to be me in the call today. I'm not going to have guests on because I want to like focus on just getting this stuff done. And then once we're done, we'll probably just do... Well, during this ranking, we'll also do random gameplay as well with some of the frames I'll be discussing. Because, to be clear, I'm only going over frames and stuff like that I have owned or have used. We're not going to talk about anything on this list I have not touched, basically. Hello, Indica. How you doing? Long time no see. Yeah, let me finish sharing this, and then we'll get started. Hey, Axelbot. You can't spell Lavos without mentioning the tier. He's in S tier. For real. I'm fine. How are you doing? How's the New Testament going? Doing pretty decent, David Bard. I got some more footage for it. I plan tonight, or sometime later on today, of actually recording some of the stuff, like the audio, and start putting the video together a little bit, since I haven't done that yet. But currently on Chapter 8, where I talk about builds a little bit, or playstyles more than anything. This is live, interesting. Hey, Alchemist. Hey, Atlas. Again, I'll reiterate, just going to be me in the call this time, mainly so we can focus on the task at hand, because the last time I did this, it took like 3.5 hours, because I had a lot to talk about. But even though it's a stream, you can treat this as like an actual video, basically, if you want to, so anybody who's like watching afterwards, it still can be treated as a video, kind of, since we're doing it live. So I'm just going to wait a couple more minutes, and then we're going to get to the rules and stuff like that for this, because quite frankly, I hate most tier lists because I find most of them pretty crap. But this one's going to be different because the way I'm approaching it is how I feel like most tier lists should be done. Because I'll explain more in the rules. You know what that means? Fish! How you doing, Cart? Good to see you, buddy. I also saw that your code's been working too, which is really nice. Limbo C tier, spoiler. Hey, Alex. How you doing, my friend? I'm also going back to the Florida Man naming scheme again, because I've kind of realized I've kind of missed it a little bit. And I have gotten some people complaining that I haven't been using it, which, to be frank, I'm not doing it because of that, but simply because I kind of feel like it's part of my identity, so we're going back to that naming scheme for a while again. Especially that it's the Old Testament, or the New Testament, rather, is going to have it. You've seen me this morning, and obviously you've seen it. I've seen it in your DMs, and you replied, well, yeah, but I'm just saying, how's the stuff still been going, is what I'm asking. Like, is it still going well? Limbo is the best fishing in alchemy frame. Unironically, he is pretty good at those. Like, unironically. Turn this down very slightly. There we go. This video will destroy friendships. So nah, Alex. Like, here's the thing about the tier list. I'll spoil this bit when we get out of the way. This is not a tier list that's going to be based on how powerful or / good the frame is, necessarily. Like, that's definitely going to be a part of the list, but that's not the main driving factor of this list. Like, it plays a role, but it's not the main, like, dish, basically, to this whole thing. That's more like icing on the cake for this, what this tier list is going to be. Yeah, it's going really well, and to be fair, it's only getting more and more complicated. I would understand, yeah. You should put every frame in S and put Sarah in an A just to make people mad. If it's an armpit. No, Alex, it's not one of those. So, okay, so it's been a few minutes. We have some people here. I'm going to start heading towards the arsenal for this. So this tier list, it is a Warframe ranking tier list somewhat. Like, I'm going to talk about them a little bit. But the main factor for where I'm ranking frames in this stream / video is not how good the frame is, necessarily, although that does play somewhat of a role. The criteria for this tier list, what's considered A or F tier is this. Like, in my opinion, every single frame, if you're talking about how good a frame is, always going to be S or A, somewhere around there. Like, every single frame in the game is able to do whatever you need it to do with the proper tools, knowledge, and gameplay skill set, basically. You can make anything work in this game. That's always my philosophy. But one thing that I've noticed that creators don't really talk about that much, and I feel like this is the true way frames and weapons and all that kind of stuff should be ranked, and this is like the biggest factor, how much effort or how much tools or how many things are necessary to make that character or that thing perform in content. Which I do think are two very different things. Like, it's why I say with Limbo, for example, right? Because I have him right here. He is, by far and away, one of the strongest frames in the game, but he has that massive hurdle, which is his knowledge check. Because he's very much a mechanics-based frame. Where if you can't understand those mechanics or how he works, then he's always going to be terrible, basically, in comparison to other frames. Or, for example, something like Mesa, where, yes, she technically has one of the strongest, if not the strongest, exalted weapon in the game with her regulators. But how many fucking things do you need to jump over in terms of tools do you need to make it perform that way, is basically what we're talking about here. Like, the actual power scaling of them is going to be a factor a little bit in this tier list, but it's mostly in regards to what they can do, how much stuff they need to make them do the things they need to do, and how easy it is to get them going, is what we're talking about here with this tier list. So you need an atomic cycle and regulators. Also, hey, Nexus, how you doing, man? I got actual audio for you now. Awesome. Hell yeah. Limbo's a very busy frame to play. You gotta press lots of things in the right order at the right moment. I would not class... Nah, I mean, not exactly, Alex. It kind of depends on how you do it. Swap tier lists. No, Nick, this is actually going to be an interesting one, because I just laid out the rules for it. Basically, we're ranking them not on, like, how powerful they are, although that's somewhat of the thing. Oh, let's see. Oh. I love this fucking running gimmick. Adam has his cursed frames, and then Atlas here has the drones. I fucking love it. Oh, let me see. I got a message. Oh, thank you, Atlas. But yeah, that is basically the deciding factor, and more importantly, I'm only going to talk about frames that I have personally played enough and owned where I feel like I can talk about them. Like, I'm not going to talk about Wukong, for example, because I've only played him once in the circuit, and that's it, and I personally didn't like him, but I don't want to rank him specifically because I don't know shit about him, basically. The only two frames I've built that suck, and I've stopped building them, is Hildryn and Inaros. Hildryn's a weird one. Like, I do own her, and I did find her good, but we'll see. We'll talk about it a little bit. Alright, so now that the rules are out of the way, we can actually start talking about the different frames. And we're going to go in alphabetical order for this. And I'm going to talk about ones, like I said, I've personally played enough where I feel like I can discuss them. So if a frame doesn't show up on this list, that's simply because I haven't owned them or played them enough where I feel like I can talk about them. That's all that means. Now, I will recommend people that know enough about the frame if they want to know things. Like, for example, if you guys want to know stuff about Chroma, because she's not going to get talked about here very much at all, I would highly recommend going to Suckbutt or Moog to talk about Chroma, because they're more knowledgeable than I am. That's basically how this is going to work. Rediscovering Excal these months has been fun when you have the stuff the man is more versatile than I thought he would be. I'll talk about Excal a little bit, Maru, but I don't feel like we'll figure out when I get to him, because I have played him a bit. Like, I've definitely played him somewhat a long time ago. But I personally don't feel like I'm an expert on him, so I might not really rank him. I might look at him a little bit, though. What's better, be S tier? Wait, what do you mean it's not beat-ass? No Kome, it's so joke. I'm sorry, Exobot. Like, I've played her a little bit. I just have not played her a ton, is the problem. And I haven't bothered to get a second one. So, what we're going to do, actually, is go into this one. Nidus is definitely going to get talked about quite a bit, because I really like him. Okay, so, alphabetical order. Don't own any of the A frames, so we're going to talk about Banshee. So, Banshee is our first frame of the list, basically, because I don't own Atlas, and I can't think of any other frames that start with an A. If there's some frames I have played, but you have not, could I just perhaps come in and give my own thoughts? Maybe Atlas, maybe. I would have to open a call for that. If you want to, you could leave it in here and I'll read it when we get to the frame. But I kind of feel like just being alone for this. Mainly just because I'm, I don't know, just a little tired and my head's a little irritated. That's all. Nothing against anybody here. Just want to be alone in this call. But, Ash is right. Yeah, okay, yeah, I forgot about Ash, too. By the way, since we're skipping Ash and Atlas, if you want to know a bit about Ash and Atlas, I do have that co-op video that I did a while ago. But more importantly, I would recommend either talking to Quick, who's another YouTuber friend of mine. He doesn't really play Warframe anymore, but he does love Ash. And I would also recommend talking to Stabs if you want to know anything about Atlas, because he's kind of the Atlas man around here. Watching outside rank 7 frames puts Limbo and S tier in it. No, Carp, I played a lot more frames than that. Quite a lot more. Atlas Punch stuff. Yeah, but there's more to him than that. There's a lot more. But anyway, let's talk about Banshee. So, Banshee, when it comes to her, because here's the thing. Banshee, in terms of power scaling, is very much incredible. Like, without effort, with very, very little effort. Oh, I forgot that I need to put mods on this build. I have not played this in a while. Just left that on there. When it comes to her builds, Sonar is easily one of the strongest, if not the strongest damage buff in the game. No questions. Like, even at base rank, incredibly powerful. Incredibly viable and usable. Her one, when it comes to the kit and stuff like that, not that great from what I understand. It's good for knocking enemies down. Silence, obviously, amazing defensive tool, but not like her main. You can't just rely on silence, right? You can't just rely on silence. And then Soundquake is just, quite frankly, it's just not great. Because you're rooted in place, first of all, which is a big no-no for this kind of power. Doesn't really do a whole lot of damage, and even though it staggers, the problem is in solo you can't really use this effectively, because Soundquake is built under the impression that you'll have allies that will take advantage of the stagger. One of the best crowd controls in the game. Yeah, Nexus. Thank you all for watching. This was my frame tier list Atlas only. Hell yeah, Carp. Her one can be used for easy. Oh, okay, yeah, that's true. When it comes to build variety, it can. That's true. But the thing is about Banshee that kind of irks me, and this is why I talk about when it comes to effort. You can't just rely on silence to be good. You still have to build quite a bit into either shield gating or some way to negate damage. May it be aggro generation through something like Loki's decoy, or obviously shield gate with the auger mods, or shield recharge delay. Now that doesn't make her terrible by any means. Is this truly the man who did a 2-hour video about Limbo? Hello, Whoopi Man. How are you? Could you repeat what the tier list is based on? What? So, Overlord, basically, for those who don't want to skip up here, this tier list is based entirely on how well, like, a frame's kit works together. Obviously, that's a big deal. How powerful the frame is somewhat of a factor, but the biggest factor is how much effort or how many tools / elements do you need to make the frame good. So, the biggest example would be Sevagoth F tier. Not really, Nexus, not really. Like, I feel like with the Prime, he's much easier to build for nowadays. But if we're talking about base Sevagoth, he definitely would be lower on the list because although he is incredibly strong and has a really well put together kit, he just needs way too fucking much to be good, is the biggest problem. Like, you need so much Forma, you need so much stuff that's ridiculous. But we'll talk about it when we get to him, because he's a personal favorite of mine. It's top of S because you don't need mods to make her work. Kind of, Overlord, yeah. Like, much to my chagrin, I don't like her that much. I will admit that she definitely is going to be up there, at least. Because, like, the other problem as well with Banshee is that she has actually two problems. She needs to rely on modding to make her survive, which in of itself isn't a problem, but the other problem, and I feel this is the bigger one, she's very much an energy-hungry frame. Like, let's go into the sim real quick so we can show this off. Because, yes, she does have a very powerful damage buff and an incredible crowd control that shuts down eggs and miss abilities, which in of themselves are amazing. Like, definitely makes her up there on the list. Even though it's a sub-zoom, I'm still gonna say it's pretty good, because, like, people like to say, oh, it's a sub-zoom, it doesn't matter, when it's like, you still have to respect the frame that gives it, basically. Let me drop the cat. Or, sorry, the dog. Because the other problem is, with the build that I'm running, as you can see, which we could put flow on here, but for the sake of this, we're going to talk about this, is that she kind of... Oh, yeah, I have no casting speed, too. Fuck. She also needs casting speed, and then you're spamming all of these powers to be able to kill them, right? And I still have to, like, aim properly, too. What about pillage for survivability? Technically, yes, Whooping Man, that could work, but it's like, the problem is that that's still a sub-zoom that you need. Please do not the cat. Oh. First boy, I agree. Second, what? You're using cat shields. His two best skills are set. Well, what I'm talking about is like, shield recharge delay is pretty good with her, if you want to use it, or catalyzing shields, obviously. Is making noise, I think you need to replace it. It's fine, Carp. But basically, the point is that she has very good crowd control and a very strong damage buff, which definitely makes her one of the top tiers in that category. The problem is that she still needs to invest into energy, range, strength, casting speed, as well as survivability methods. Not really, Overlord. I disagree with that. Not really. Like, I'll show why in a bit. But, have you tried Banshee with Octavia Subzoom? Hands down best. Well, yes, Flash Random, but that also comes to my other point, is that you still have to sacrifice a whole other Warframe just to make her work. And that's still going to be a lot of effort to get going, because you're basically having to farm for what is 2 frames just to make this one work, which goes into the effort category when it comes to that stuff. Or, like, her best survivabilities is going to be some form of sub-zoom, or shield gating / recharge delay. And even then, you're still going to want to use shield gating / recharge delay to make it work, basically, right? Which is why, when it comes to her actual power, she is up there. Like, most definitely is up there. And I feel like people saying, oh, she can't take for shit are a bunch of fucking idiots. The problem is, you still need so much to get that going. And especially one of my friends who's a Banshee main, Shy, who's in the Discord as well. She still has to use things like energy pads and stuff to get that going. So because of that, even though she's very powerful and definitely can work, she still needs so much to get going that it's what's holding her back. And I'm not saying, like, if they were to ever rework her, I'm not saying give her a survivability method, but maybe give her something in the one that could synergize with the rest of her kit. Like, maybe even give it shield gating functions or something innately. That way you don't have to run the mods to make it work. At least with the Roar Sevagoth build, you need a lot of different things to maximize Gloom and hit the true damage. Well, what I'm talking about Overlord is that I typically try to avoid talking about sub-zooms when we talk about frames. I only talk about it in the case of, like, Banshee because it's, like, such a popular or easy way of making her survive, but it's still a lot of effort. Like, yes, Roar exists, but I'm gonna talk Roar mostly in the context of Rhino, not in the case of other frames. Too much. Like, sometimes I will, when it comes to this. So it works, but you need to cast it, like... Well, yeah, that's the other problem, Nexus, is that she's so energy hungry, she still needs some survivability methods, she needs a good way to sustain energy and all that stuff, which is why, if we're talking about in terms of pure strength, she'd be an S, but if we're talking about actual effort and all the stuff required to get her there, she's like a D or an F, basically. Like, she needs so much. Nexus, that still requires you to subsume a, what you would call it, Grendel, which is locked behind Steel Path. Like, that's still a lot of effort just to make the frame work. Which is why, if we're talking about it in terms, S in terms of power, strength / scaling, but F in terms of resource investment and getting to work, I think she fits quite comfortably around B- or B. Grendel's behind arbitration. Yes, Nexus, but you still need Steel Path to do it. You have to unlock Steel Path to unlock arbitrations. That's what I'm talking about. Like, you need to get pretty far into the game to do that. Nexus, you do. That's how it works. Yeah, that augment resonance cuts down energy requirements. That's true as well, Flash Random. Like, they lifted, you need junctions. Oh, okay. Well, it's still... They're still intrinsically tied to each other, but regardless. Still a lot of time to get there. They changed it. Well, yes, Carp, that's what I'm talking about. You still need to get through the star chart, basically, to do it, though. That's what I'm talking about. You still have to get somewhat far to do it. It's on the Eris Junction now. I don't know. Even then, regardless, it's still a lot that you need to make the frame work. So, as a whole, I'd say B. Like, power to effort ratio is what really fucks her up, I would say. But overall, still a good choice. Like, if you like playing Banshee, and I would say this is the most important part, because you can ignore the tier list at this point. If you like the frame, use the frame. This is not me trying to say, oh, you should only use this or that. This is just... like, setting you up for what you will have to deal with if you want to make the frame work, if you like it, you know what I mean? Which is, like, a big difference. Taking away your rant certification. Alright, anyway, Banshee, like, a solid B, I would say. She just needs a lot to work, is the biggest problem. Dante, yeah, I'll talk about Dante as well. Alright, let's talk about Baruuk. So, we do have our resident Baruuk main in the chat, Carp here. So, he'll definitely know a lot more... Oh, I have... Oh, why did I get rid of the Arcanes? Yeah, I forgot that I had this build. No, side, don't do it. Baruuk time, awesome. I'm probably gonna have a really shit build here, but I have played quite a bit of Baruuk in the past, like way back when I first started playing the game, so I'm not too upset about this. That's an interesting one. And we'll just slap on Augmented and Aegis for this. Does the Forma? Yeah, it does, Overlord. It does. It will. Banshee's becoming my third main. I think she's dumb, broken, but tearless is subjective for me. Easy S tier, nice. Well, Nick, like I said, it's talking about not just how strong the frame is, but how much effort you need to make them strong. That's what the difference is. Or, like, how comfortable they are to play while being strong. 145 range is good. And Arcane. I was thinking Strike, but I'm going to go Aegis just for the comfort. I'm also going to... Why do I have Energy Siphon on this build? Goddamn. Can I... Yeah, we'll just slap that on for now. But, I also have Blind Rage. Wait, do I have Precision Intensify? Where is it? There it is. Slap that there instead. And then let me look at the fists real quick, because I have not used you. Wow, this build is old. This build is very old. This is cursed. So we're gonna drop that. Drop that. Go Galv Elementalist. Quickening. Yeah, I'll keep that on. Why not? Drop that. Also put on Galv Reflex, why not? And then where's the melee damage? Come on. Prime Pressure Point. We'll put on Prime Fury. There we go. I don't have the mod spec to put on Steel Charge Ninja. So Ivar is a melee frame. But right out the gates, from what I remember, Baruuk is really, really, really fucking good. I'll say that right now. He is very, 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 very good as far as frames go. I'm gonna put on Augure's Secrets instead, that way I can get that shield gate going. Actually, wait, can I put on... Where is it? Where it is cat... Oh, I already have Catalyzing Shields on, alright. What about, what you could call it? Brief Respite, can I put that on? I can! There we go! Put on this. For now. Okay. I'm probably gonna do a bit of a bad demonstration here, but Baruuk is really, really, really fucking good, from what I remember. Oh yeah, I forgot I have Precipitants on this build because I use it for hacking. But basically, you do this to drain the meter. And you're disarming right there to get the strength down. To talk about the 1 and 2 conflicts. Yeah, that's another thing too that I'll bring up when we talk about it a little bit. But I just want to get the strength down so I can show off the fists. Alright, it's down kind of enough. So we'll do that. This build probably sucks, so bear with me. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I don't know how to build the fists. Carp is better at this than I am. I remember this being really good back in the day, but things have changed. Doesn't have much of a requirement, yeah. But yeah, basically, his whole game plan is you use the 1, 2, and 3 to get your restraint down, as well as protect yourself with the daggers for the DR. Then while in the 4, you get damage reduction, and you just beat the shit out of enemies. Give me a second logging in. Yeah, I can invite Carp to this little bit. Which is basically what Baruuk's game plan is. The problem is, and this is what Carp has brought up to me, is that the 1 and 2 specifically actually conflict with each other. Where you don't want to attack to, like, and have high duration. So that way the 1, and as well as having high range too, to get that restraint down. The 2 build? Yeah, let me show you that. Let me show this. Yeah. Oh, I'll have to look in the orbiter. Yeah, let me switch to that real quick and then we'll go back to the sim. Sorry everybody, this whole stream is not planned, so bear with me. Where is it? Oh, there it is. So basically, if you want to build around the 2, you have to build for range and negative duration. Because basically with lull, once it activates, you can't recast it again until the enemies have woken up again, which is why you have to go into negative duration. But if you want to make the 1 work, you have to build into duration. That way you can reduce the amount of energy drain per second, basically. As well as having really high range, so that way you can cover yourself from all angles. Which obviously conflicts with each other. Because if you want to use both... Oh, wait. Oh, wait a minute. The one... Does the one's angle scale with duration, or does it scale with range? Hello, Leonie. How you doing? But yeah, basically, as Carpus told me, they conflict with each other, which is why you can't build for one or the other, which is unfortunately a problem with this kit. But minus those, my main fist build, oh, let me see this. You also have the functional limitation, the second sleeps enemies preventing the first from proccing. That's true too, Carp, good point. I forgot about that, that's a really good point. Oh yeah, I forgot about this one, that the stacks. Range increases the cone. Okay. Duration scales the time between drains. Yeah. Then here's the fist. But basically, Baruuk's game plan and idea is really straightforward and really well done. And incredibly cheap if you go for Baruuk Prime, because I only have 1 Forma in this build, and it's like working as intended for the most part. I would have to refine it. But he's relatively cheap to use because he has damage, crowd control, disarming potential, and damage reduction all built into his kit. Meaning that, oh, my mouse. Meaning that you have a lot less stuff that you have to worry about when it comes to your build. Because of this, you can invest almost purely into power strength, as well as some efficiency, so that way you're not worrying about, you know, not having abilities to cast before you bust up the fists. Because the fists scale, or not scale, but drain your restraint meter, or refill your restraint meter, rather than consuming energy, which is really intelligently designed. It makes it so that you typically don't have to worry about investing into multiple different stats at the same time. On top of that, and although I was able to show it here, with Carp's build specifically, the fist can easily nuke acolytes and pretty much all steel path enemies instantly, making it extremely powerful. First being active also doubles your third range. Oh, true. I forgot about that. And you typically don't want to have high range because you want to keep the daggers on you a lot of times, which goes against the design. All channel abilities scale time between continuous energy drains with duration. True. Strength is the most important stat, directly influencing the augment. That too, as well, Carp. Like, overall, Baruuk has so many easy ways of building and getting the job done. It does have some build variety. The problem is that his kit conflicts with each other. But outside of that, he is so well designed, so well put together, and so easy to build for, and overall just understand because of his mechanics, that although not, like, the greatest thing ever, I would personally say, he is really, really, really freaking good in terms of effort to power. So because of that, at least for now, he's definitely an S tier, but probably could be the lowest S. It kind of depends on what we talk about later. But overall, Baruuk is fucking incredible. Like, if you want to learn more about Baruuk, talk to Carp. Like, the dude knows his shit when it comes to Baruuk, I would say. Alright, let's switch to a different... I'm also going to switch off to a different weapon. Just put on this for now. That way I don't have the big arm cannon. Caliban. Caliban. Also, really, 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 really good. Well, I'll show you why in a moment. Amazing, yes. Caliban has a really, really, really good kit. Let's go into the sim. Or go back into the sim again, rather. I'll see you drink some water. But, the reason why, at least after his rework, his kit has become so well intelligently designed that it's really, really hard to give him anything lower than like a B or anything like that. But we'll talk a bit about where I would rank him personally, but we have to talk about his effort to power ratio. So what his kit does, let me pull this out, is that his one acts as a mobility tool while applying Tau and gaining energy and shields back, as you can see in the top right there, per enemy you hit with the 1. Then we have his 2. Holds enemies in place, make it easier to get things like headshots, applies Tau, and a damage vulnerability debuff. Well, yeah, Carp, well, I'll explain my decision when we get to it. We'll talk about it in a bit. Because he's definitely not going to be in B, like, most definitely, or at worst, like a B+, but we'll talk about it in a bit. And then we have his 3, which allows you to cycle between multiple different ones. You have the Conculus, let's summon these boys, the traditional melee guys, which synergize with his 4, allowing him to have 4 of these beams out instead of 1. And what the beam does is that it armor strips enemies that are hit and applies Tau. Caliban's Razor Jar Augment is also really good. Yeah, I haven't used it before Jade in Heaven, but I've seen what it can do. Which, on a side note, if you guys want to learn more about Caliban, highly recommend Kepcha. He's a Caliban main, from what I remember. And then, for the next boys, we have the Orthless, which are your ranged gunner characters, which they will do this, and they apply Tau, but with the augment they apply electricity as well, allowing you to easily prime for Tau, so you can rack up stats effects ridiculously fast. Then the third is the Sumulus. And from what I remember with these guys, I believe these boys have the highest aggro in the game. So they act as a distraction for you. And they also fire Tau bullets and stuff. Hey, Platypus. Energy Nexus is an interesting choice. I use it so that way I can easily get energy back up, because sometimes I run out of energy. It's also like just to fill a slot. It's not 100% necessary. So I believe Fract Weaver is the best Caliban around. Oh, really? Okay. I didn't know you played Caliban, Atlas. I also made Caliban. Oh, okay. No problem. I didn't realize. It's my bad. Oh, I didn't know they could launch rockets. Sire 1. Well, yes, it does, Nexus. It's just that sometimes I don't have the enemy density to get it going, which is why I just have Nexus there. It's like a filler slot. I could obviously put something better. It's just there for now. It's not going to determine the ranking by any means. But basically, Caliban is a one-man army. And theoretically, because he also has the other mechanic that I didn't talk about, where his boys give him shield regeneration, because of this, he theoretically doesn't need mods to function. You do not know. I play so much Caliban. I'm sorry, Atlas. I didn't know. My bad. But, basically, Caliban has so much stuff baked into his kit where he has all the support he needs, he has all the damage buffing he needs, the energy/shields he needs, that he realistically doesn't need a whole lot to work. Now, would I still recommend putting mods on him? Absolutely, for quality of life. Like, mainly, probably casting speed, from my experience. He has everything, carries my MR0 count right now. Hell yeah, Nexus. But he, basically, Caliban, I would say, in terms of kit design, is basically perfect. Like, I can't think of, outside of, we'll talk about Limbo a bit more later on why I think he's up there too. But in terms of kit design to power ratio, Caliban's incredible. Like, genuinely one of the best frames we have in the game in terms of effort to power. And the mechanics he has, although are kind of rare, his interactions in his kit are what kind of seal the deal a bit on him. Can you set the execution grounds before sunrise? I think Arcane Aegis is very lovely with them. It could be, but I kind of feel like the shield recharge stuff already does that, so it's fine. But yeah, if you guys want to know more about Caliban, Atlas obviously here knows a lot of stuff, and that's my apologies. I'm sorry. And then if you want to talk to a creator who loves Caliban, Kepcho. But I would say very minimal effort to make him work, while being incredibly powerful, has a very diverse kit, has all the things covered in his kit. Easy S tier. Like, easy S when it comes to all the stuff. It's okay, you'll be forgiven. But yeah, he's definitely an S tier, and I would personally say above Baruuk, simply because he doesn't have stuff in his kit that conflicts with other parts of his kit like Baruuk does. And that's like the biggest reason. But overall, really good kit, really easy to get going, really easy to build / mod for and understand. It has so many things covered, it's not even funny. Next, we have Chroma. I forgot that I was still formatting him. I'm trying to decide if I want to talk about Chroma, because the problem is, I haven't played him in so long, and don't understand him enough, I feel, to really talk about him. Third frame reviewed, second S ranked frame. Yeah. You know what, I'm not going to talk about Chroma, sadly. Like, I don't feel like I know enough about him or his interactions, but if you guys do want to know some stuff, friend of the channel, Rosethorn, he's also in the Discord. Highly recommend you talk to him instead, because he'll know a lot more about Chroma, but from what I remember, he does need a lot of help, and does need quite a bit of effort to work, but even despite knowing that, I'm going to leave him alone because I just don't know enough. Chroma is a credit booster. Citrine. Citrine. I have not played you in a very long time. Pretend this is the Archon continuity mod, but we'll talk a bit more about it in a moment. Citrine is also, unsurprisingly, really, really strong. We'll put on Aegis for this. She's unfortunately more kitted towards health tanking, which if they can change that, she'll be much, much better, I would say. But I would say overall, similar to Caliban, she's really fucking good. I forgot I don't have any shards on her, goddamn. So let's spawn a thing. Her augment, I don't have her augment here, but she does have the one that makes the hound, or your companion, carry the crystal, which is really cool, but we're not going to talk about that here. Basically, her one marks enemies, and scale with power strength gives them a chance to drop energy or health orbs. Let me kill this. Wow, this is taking too long. Probably be better if I use the 3, but I'm not there yet. But yeah, as you can see, the enemy has dropped the energy orb. I'm gonna switch weapons. There we go. See, they dropped health and energy orbs. I wish it took less grinding to get Citrine. That's also going to be a factor when we talk about these frames. Look, Citrine. Then we have the 2, which gives her Protective Shell. What this does is that per kill or kill assist, you gain damage reduction, basically. In concept, pretty cool. In practice, because, well, damage reduction doesn't work after a certain point. Really good for base content, which is also important to remember. But not the deciding factor. So, like, for example, level capping, she might be iffy. I've never played with her there. But where we currently play, damage reduction, really good. Let me pick up these energy orbs. And then we have her 3, which I would say is one of the biggest reasons why she's really good. This crystal will make it so that when enemies are hit, they get applied status effects. And what makes her really unique in terms of her builds is if you use Archon continuity, the Toxic proc will also proc Corrosive on here. It can proc the other Archon mods, which makes her really powerful for that reason. I can't wait for you to do Trinity, Necros, and Grundle. I'm going to rewatch The Void and give my blankets. I find it funny that Sci is playing Warframe to people that no life of the game. Well, I have to go over them so that way it like makes sense for people who don't own the frame, you know what I mean? And then the 4 is basically weak point. Hit the crystal, and you get red crits. Overall, very strong. Very well put together, I would say, overall. The biggest problem, though, as you can see, is that she can have a problem with mod space and energy economy. So, the thing with her is that you want to be kind of spamming the 1 to get energy/health orbs back. So if I use something like, say... Where is it? Not energy nexus, where is it? Equilibrium. I would have to find it. You could get energy back. The problem is that she wants a lot of range. She wants strength for the 1... Technically the 2, but not really, because it scales up to a maximum amount of 90%. She wants it for this, obviously, so you could have more sass effect spreading and damage. And then Crystallize doesn't really care about strength, but does care about duration and stuff. So because of that, you kind of get this little paradox where she can struggle with mod space, and you have to supplement it with arcanes or outside methods to get that energy/strength that she needs. Especially since she needs range. Now, obviously, yes, I only have one form of build here. With 2 or more forma, it's a different story, but that also factors in when it comes to effort, because you're still wasting a forma, or spending a forma, rather, to make her stronger. Now, I would say it's really, really bad if you have to go beyond, like, say, 3 to 4 formas to make them good. In this case, from what I've seen with a lot of builds, and from what I've personally experienced, this kind of works fine. It's not amazing. Definitely could be a lot better for 1 forma. But you need at minimum 2, maybe 3 to make her work, which can be a problem for some players. And you would preferably want to get the Exilus slot so you could put like Power Drift or some other range mod here to help out. But overall, from what I have personally experienced and played, she's still very strong. The other problem, though, outside of effort, like the amount of stuff you need to kind of make her good, is that her kit isn't really designed for what Warframe currently is, in a sense, because it's health tanking. Like, health tanking, yes, very, very, very good in current content, but can be a little iffy from, you know, what's it called, the Archimedias, because I've had problems with health tanking there before, even with Citrine. And unfortunately, it's not future-proofed. Hey, CC. No, CC, we're doing a Warframe ranking stream, and the way I'm ranking Warframes is based on effort to power ratio, as well as how good their kits are as a whole. That's funny. That is funny, yeah. But yeah, on top of that, she also, because she doesn't have a prime, she's just really fucking annoying to get a hold of, too. Hey, Rack, how you doing? Or Reek. Oh, you're ranking them? Yeah, kind of, CC. Like, not the traditional ranking, like a lot of other creators do it. It's more on how good they are. It's somewhat determined by how good they are. Like, every single frame of weapon is S tier in my eyes. But it's more so how good they are based on how much effort is required to make them good or get them. And that's why I bought her. Yeah, CC, and that's a big problem. Because at least until the Prime comes out, she's just hard to get a hold of. And although she's kind of good, part of the kit doesn't really matter because it's more focused on health tanking rather than, like, shield tanking or anything like that. Like, if health tanking were better or made more interesting, I think it'd be a different story. But because of that, it kind of weighs her down a little bit, not too much. But otherwise, her 1 is very good for getting health and energy orbs back if you use Equilibrium, which is in this build, but it's because I only have 1 forma in it. 3, absolutely incredible ability, like really good at spreading status, so really good for priming and CO purposes. So you don't have to worry about needing to bring a primer or some kind of priming arcane to get that work. I wish her passive would heal players better. That too as well. Her passive also is a little bit of a problem, I would say, because of it being health tanking mainly. Mostly single player stabs, yeah. Multiplayer will play a little bit of a factor, but not the biggest one. Like, she's really good as a support in helping out other players where we currently play. My biggest gripes with it mainly with her passive and the 2. Oh, let me get my headphones on as well. Is that health tanking, like, although works now, won't work later, so I would like them to future-proof that by reworking health tanking generally. Like, rework how health and armor works, preferably, or give it a mechanic. And although she is very, very strong, relatively speaking, she does need it around, like, I can get away with 1 forward with this build, but preferably you want 2, maybe 3. Is a better than any other healing abilities. Yeah, that 2 CC. Which, if you want to do that, that's a sub-zoom as well, that you would have to slap on her to do that sort of thing, which is another problem. Like, sub-zooms also play a role, but they play a role in how much effort you need. Because the way I look at sub-zooms is, if you need a whole-ass other ability to make the frame more work better, then that's a problem. Because you're having to literally farm up a whole other frame just to get this one to work. Citrine doesn't need that, but that was a factor with Banshee and why I put her in B. Because although she's S tier in terms of power and crowd control, she's F tier in terms of effort and what you need the build for on her. When I regain the fashion rankings, you may out-yap Animalistic with this one. Yeah, probably. But yeah, overall, she's really, really solid, especially in solo. But I think overall I have to kind of give her an A-, I would say. Like, she definitely works. She just needs more effort to work. And more importantly, she's a pain in the ass to get. Now, if the Prime comes out pretty soon, and I think it is coming up, I would move her more to like an A+, relatively speaking. Because she doesn't need a crazy amount of effort to work. And right out the gates, her 4 and 3 specifically are just really strong. Like, they're really good. And she also does work well in the squad, but that's not the biggest point. It is a big point for her because she's meant to be a support, so at least she works with squads, but yeah. Your ranking, look forward, just to make sure I get it right. So basically, it's mostly how much effort you need to put in to make the frame good. Because, like I said, every single frame in my eyes, in terms of power, is roughly S tier, plus or minus a couple of cases. It just depends on how much you need to make them work, how easy they are to get, relatively speaking, as well as what kind of tools and stuff they need to work. I wonder how you will rank Trinity. Anything under A is possible by being sent 160 fashions. Hey, Blix. Long time no see, old friend. But yeah, Citrine, A-. She's very strong, has some counterintuitiveness in her kit because it's health tanking. And then she does need a bit more effort than other frames to get going, but as a support, she's very good. Like, she definitely helps the team in terms of what her niche is. Dante. Well, I haven't touched this frame in like 2 years. Just gonna put that on for now. Carp, as a side note, Carp is an expert, I would say, when it comes to Dante, so he's gonna know what to put on him. On this. And then also for Citrine, if you want to know more about Citrine, Warframe Flow is a good choice. Like, he plays her kind of religiously. Why do you have so many Excaliburs? That's a joke from my buddy Big Steve. He kept sending them to me. But yeah, Dante. Pick up the energy. Needs to be a little bit more. There we go. There we go. But yeah. But if you run Force of Trees Squad, you get X billion effective HP re. That is a niche thing, I'll admit, but that's not like the determining Saki of getting him. It's a support, but also a monster with damage. Yeah, that's the other thing, too. I have a rank 0 build, and even though I need to spam this more, he has Overguard, he has damage, one of the best nukes in the game, like that. Very, very strong. He has an Exalted weapon. Wow, this thing needs more fire rate. But yeah, this is a rank 0 build. Or, not rank 0, but a formalist build. And right out the gate, and I've used this in videos, some videos before too, when talking about Dante, like the Old Testament. He could so easily support the team, because he is a support at the end of the day. He has Overguard regen, which he can easily do. Let me actually get out a better weapon than this real quick. What's a good one? Yeah, why not? We'll do this. Or, where is it? Where's my strong? There it is. And then we'll do a demonstration. You can do this. Might need more strength to get the slash sticks up, but you get the idea. And then he just does that. And is easily able to get their health down. Now, obviously, I need more strength for this. But right out the gate, see right there with the Overguard? He's able to Overguard gate. Because he's able to get those kills and kills assists really easily. The council's deciding your fate. Pretty much. Like, keep in mind, this is 0 Forma, and he has a shield gate below that as well, and he can nuke with relatively little effort, and doesn't need to consume much energy to do it. You considering fun for the rankings? Yeah, that's also kind of plays a little bit of a role too, not the biggest role. Because, like, at the end of the day, I said, if you like the frame, or find the frame fun, use it. That's the most important thing. This is just talking about mostly how they work, relatively speaking. Like, power to effort ratios, mostly, and how they work in the context of the game. Show Noctua build now. It's shit. I know it's gonna be shit. Let me find Noctua. Here it is. This thing is... yeah. Wow, I have, like, no mods. Let's actually do a build real quick. 1 second. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. You can place all the mods too. That's right. Let's do a build real quick with the Noctua. Just gonna slap on some stuff. Prime Key charge. Drop that. So Mentalist. Let me find it. Yeah, why not? We'll just slap some of these on here. Who cares? No. The game cares. And then where's fire rate? Yeah, I'll do Scorch. Fire rate, fire rate, fire rate. There it is. Let me get on Warframe and send you my Dante build with his book. Yeah, sure, if you want to, CC. I'll take a look at them. Bro, we got that Hawk Tua build. Oh, fuck, I fucked that up. Damn it. I'm not that good with Dante here, so don't take this as like a thing of how powerful he is. But in terms of like power to effort ratio, he has the mechanics in place where he literally cannot fail for the most part, so long as you know what you're doing. Yes, Carp, because I suck with Dante. Like, I know Dante's way stronger than this, because I know I've played him way better than this. I just have not used him in a while. We love casting spells for real, Ruby. But yeah, Dante's only issue is the fact that he's locked behind the murmur content, basically. I'll take a look at that mod config in a moment. That's like his only issue. Like, he has the mechanics in place with his abilities to give himself the survivability he needs. he has the scaling damage that he needs through what is basically expedite suffering, but as a more powerful version of it. Dante kinda just has everything right out the gate. And although some of his mechanics are important to understand, they're easy to grasp and get to the point really easily. Yeah, let me leave the simulacrum so I can look at these builds. Because he inherently has a really good defense type, the ability to gate with it basically infinitely. Let me see this. Ah, okay. Low duration's kind of interesting, but okay. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, this is definitely a better build. Most definitely. Look at this Dante. Okay. Archon Vitality kind of makes sense. Same thing with Stretch. And then I'm assuming on the book... Yeah, you have Heat. And then Encumber, right? Oh, Flare? That's interesting. Very interesting. Okay. But yeah, basically, Dante just has everything he needs baked into his kit to survive. He technically doesn't even need mods to work, although they would be preferred, like, casting speed or something, from what I can tell. His only issue is getting him, basically. Now, you could either spend money, or you could go through the entire game to reach him, basically. Well, not the entire game, but you get the idea. And then spend several hours farming him. Dante got more overguard than more kills you get with the book. For real. But yeah, overall, especially because of how easy it is to build for, like, you basically just build for strength for the most part. You don't really need duration or range, despite the kind of build I was using. I don't think you should be ranking Dante. I don't know. Like, I would say overall he's easy S tier, though. Like, generally. Like, he has everything he needs in his kit. He supports his team really well with the kinds of powers he has because it's Overguard. You only showed his Overguard, Noxua, and tried nuking with him. He's so much... Well, yeah, but Carp, I'm ranking it based on what he's designed to be, for the most part. Now, yes, there could be more, and that's why I recommend people go to you, but just based on this, easy S tier. Like, easily. Like, no question. Like, he doesn't need a whole lot to work. Like, it's mostly just strength. From what I remember. And now, yes, he also has the floating book and the pigeons I forgot to show off, which give him status damage. I forgot about that part, but even without those, he's still alright. Yeah, that's true, I guess. I just haven't played him in a while. When I say know how to play, I'm talking about have experience playing enough where I feel like I can talk about them. Just because I don't know all the stuff you know doesn't mean I can't say anything. He's more easier to understand than Xcal. Xcal is sadly one that I will be glossing over, because even though I've played him a bit in the past, I don't feel like I know enough about him to talk about him. But even then, Dante's just easy, yes. Like, there's no question. Like, he just has all he needs in his kit. He's really easy to build for, generally. Has a lot of abilities that give him what he needs to do. His only issue is just getting him, basically. If I want to turn my brain off, I play him. That's fair, Spookster. Like I said, if you guys want to know more about Dante, highly recommend talking to Carp, because he's way more knowledgeable about him than I am, and undoubtedly he'll know a lot more. But I feel like just based on what I know enough about him and have played enough about him, because I have played him before quite a bit, easy S. Like, without question, easy S. Like, so little effort for so much power. No question. Equinox. Equinox. I'm gonna actually switch fashions for this. Yeah, there we go. Love this look. So I actually will say that I was a long time ago an Equinox main. The bipolar frame. You called, you know why. The bipolar frame. Yeah, I like Equinox quite a bit, but personal opinions aside, this is more so about what the frame can do. So we're gonna go into the ballroom simulacrum. So when it comes to Equinox, she's built around switching between forms. So I'm in day right now, and that's like the damage look, kind of frame. Pause the AI. So the idea behind this is that the 2 speeds up enemy movement. You can't see it here, but it also gives them damage vulnerability, which obviously is very important and very powerful. So I'm going to reset this, but not cast the ability. So now when I'm hitting him, obviously it's taking a bit longer. But now I give them this with my current build, and they're dying much, much faster. Equinox is the best frame to help enemies. Hello, Twin Heck. I have not ranked Rhino yet, Twin Heck. We'll get to him eventually. And then the 3 here makes it so that you give your allies power strength, and because I have the augment on, it gives them even more power strength, basically. If I remember correctly. I would have to look at the augment again. Free power strength, because it is very important for this ability, the 4. Enemies will take slash ticks every few seconds, basically. Or on the initial cast, sorry, the initial cast. And basically, while enemies are in this radius and die, they build up towards a nuke. You can see the main nuke up in the corner. Stopping for a second, Daggeth, you kind of... I haven't played her, Maru, I'm sorry. I have not played Daggeth, so I'm not going to talk about her. Well, I did try her out a while ago, but I'm not knowledgeable about her at all. If you guys want to know more about her, go talk to Zion in the Discord. He's the Daggeth main. But yeah, basically, the 4 will take in the health of the enemy, and it gets applied at base here to build up the nuke. Now, before Jade Shadows, it was inconsistent with armored enemies due to the amount of DR a lot of them had. But nowadays, if you kill at minimum 10 enemies... Let me spawn this here. And then use the 4, like this. Oh. Okay, I needed more. Having decent crowd control plus nuking always ends in really funny frames. One big boom. Yeah, basically spooks are one big boom. So that is the whole game plan behind the day form. Do that. Boom. Yeah, boom. So let's spawn new enemies again. And switch to the night form. And on the night form, you also gain a buff when you switch between the forms. I also have the augment that creates the clone here. It's not amazing, but I like having it because it draws aggro. Weird enough, the 4 release has fall-off damage. Ah. That's actually another thing, too. The night form also has that problem with the 3. But basically, the night form has this. Sleep. So you can go up and get things like finishers. I don't have a strong enough melee here, so it doesn't make the biggest difference. And basically, the enemy will only wake up when they hit 50% damage. Oh, and they also ragdoll if you damage them. That's why building it for range is important. Yeah, it is. I just have moderate range on this build, not amazing range. Because that's like how I like the player before. It's a very nice looking Equinox. Thank you, Bulgator. But yeah, the night form is that when it comes to the 2. And when it comes to the 3, and this is why we have to respawn the enemies and unpause the AI, is that it's basically damage reduction. So it'll reduce the amount of damage I take from enemy bullets. And you combine that with sleep to incapacitate the targets. Now obviously I would have like a better way to recharge shields on this build. Unless you use the 4. where per kill, you get shields back. Making it easy to get shields back just by getting the kills and sleeping them. The problem with the 3, though, and a friend of the channel, Cool Kid, has shown this off, is that it has fall off in quarterly segments, basically, or like quarterly rings, rather. And there we go, I'm down. Hey, Julio, how you doing, my friend? Yeah, it's not like a good display here of Equinox. But yeah, her game plan, from what I remember of playing her a long time ago, but also playing a bit here, is that you use the night form for survivability and crowd control purposes to get enemies ready for the day form. And then the day form comes in. Let me actually pause the AI again. So basically what I'll do here, right? Let me activate the 4 again. Do this. Is I'll get my kills to get some shields going, right? Like that. And then use the night form. Oh, let me get some energy. And this is like one of the problems that we'll talk about with this too, is with the night form. Set the 4 is up, and then use the sleep to incapacitate everybody. And then once that's done, I switch to day form. Switch to this to start getting my kills racked up for the nuke. And then when I'm ready, I nuke, basically. That's kind of how it's meant to work. A 5 times multiplier. Yeah, Julia, I remember. But you have no idea how refreshing it is seeing someone finally use the damn metamorphosis in a build. Yeah. I love it, because like the whole idea behind her kit, and this is what I feel, where I feel like people say, oh, Dante's the better fucking Equinox or whatever, is that the idea behind Equinox is that she's meant to be both a support / crowd control character with a nuke character, like how Dante is, for running 45% efficiency on her, because it works. Maybe. It might be insane. Where she has the ability to get shields back, the ability to nuke, the ability to crowd control enemies in place, the ability to reduce incoming damage, the ability to give power strength. All those things in one singular kit. The struggle with Equinox, because I can't remember what each of her abilities do in each form. It's like 8 total abilities. Yeah, that's true, Jade in Heaven. But this is where the problem starts with her. She's split across 2 different frames, where you have to switch between them to do everything she needs to do. Now, sorry, getting a drink. And now that is kind of a problem, because like with Dante, for example, right? He can do that just by casting his abilities in sequence, like having the ability to add status damage and status vulnerability to enemies and all that kind of stuff. Whereas with the Equinox, you're stuck with a fixed 3 abilities between each form. And because of that, you kind of have to plan around when to switch. So for example, like we were just showing before, I'm in day form, right? I need to switch to night form, right? I need to CC all these enemies in place and all that kind of stuff to get them ready for the nuke. I gotta switch back to day form. I gotta activate the nuke. I gotta kill a bunch of enemies and make sure I don't die, because like in the night form, right, you get shields back. Whereas within day form, you sadly do not. So you have to rely entirely on shield gating if you don't have a way of doing that. Dante wishes his crowd control. Yeah, that's the other problem with Dante, so he doesn't really have crowd control in his kit, which can be a problem if playing solo. I player is switching between each form when the buff you get from switching runs out and kind of just chilling both. That's fair, Spookster, and that's kind of how I play too. But basically, the day form wants the nuke, but needs the survivability of the night form. And then in night form, you're basically immortal, but you need to switch to the day form if you want to nuke. Like that. And because of this, it creates a gameplay feel where you're constantly switching between the two sides like that. Then there's the other problem. She is incredibly energy hungry. Like, let me pull out this build. So, this is my current setup. It has 3 formas, right? Oh, let me, I forgot. Let's put that there. But basically, she needs, at least on the Prime variant, she needs 3 formas at minimum to do what I'm trying to do here. I would not say it's a bad thing, Dante. Well, yeah, Maru. Like, I don't think it's fully a bad thing either, but it is a problem in the concept of wanting to do what she needs to do, basically. Like, I like that about her myself, but I cannot deny that it can be a problem in specific situations more than anything. That's why everyone says her 4th augment should be base kit. Yeah, that's the other thing, too, is that the 4 augment is just really nice to have. I think I have it here. Yeah, energy transfer, where it keeps the charge between the 2 halves, which makes a massive, massive difference. Which is why it should be base kit, in my opinion, as well. Because of this, though, she runs into a problem, or like, this is an old build, so that's why I have an adaptation here, where she needs a lot of energy to do what she needs to do, while also having enough range and enough power strength. Not for the nuke, because the nuke scales with enemy damage taken / health, but mainly for the Knight form. That way you can get a lot of shields back, or have a high buff between the 2 forms, basically. Her non-prime grind is also really... Yeah, and that's the other problem with her, too, is that her base farm is fucking ludicrous. I remember spending like 3 hours trying to farm for her back in the day. Very much worth it. Like, her subzoom's really good, but the problem is still there, where like you're basically farming for 2 frames at the same time in the same drop pool. Don't work on her. Yeah, that's the other problem too, Spooksters. That happens. Like, the only reason I have Siphon here is because it matches the polarity. It's nothing else. And that is a problem with her. Like, she in concept is incredible, and I really, really like her, and I love the way she plays. But I cannot deny, because now people say, oh, just go for the Prime. You're still shelling out like 100-something plat or more to buy her, too. The 3 hours to get her last part, I hate that boss. Yeah, Tower Regor. She just needs so much to work, is the problem. She also needs you to be multitasking too, knowing when to switch between the 2 forms. Like, she kind of suffers, funnily enough, from a similar problem that Limbo has, where you kind of have to know her abilities and her mechanics and when to switch and when not to switch. That it can be a massive turnoff for people. Which, don't get me wrong, I like that about her. It makes it so that she's more meant for the more determined crowd. Though I understand the energy problem on Night Form, since her 3 is mostly tied. Yeah, that too, Maru. Like, the Night Form 3 as well has the fall off too, which makes it really fucking stupid, in my opinion. It should just work everywhere. Because, don't get me wrong, in terms of sheer power and what she's capable of, Equinox is easily like an S tier frame in that regard, I would say. Like, she's really goddamn good. But the problem is the grind, the amount of tools you need, the amount of mods you need, the amount of stats she wants, energy, all this kind of stuff really bite her in the butt when it comes to how effective she is versus how much you need in terms of investment. Definitely could use some buffs, though. Yeah, she needs some... I would say she needs more quality of life, mostly. Like, she's still good. Like, the thing is that if you're willing to brave the amount of effort required to get to her, she's amazing, easily. But it's just getting past those hurdles that are a problem. So because of that, because I would say the amount of investment she needs is like F tier ranking, but how powerful she is, she's easily like S tier, like definitely up there. I would say in terms of like her actual ranking, she's more of like a B. Like, similar to Banshee. Like, very powerful Warframe, she just needs too much to get going, is the problem. And the passive. Like, the passive is also not that great, too. Which, I know about Dante's passive from earlier. Pretty solid, I like the concept. Where, like, killing enemies gives you scanner charges. Or not scanner charges, but the stuff that you need for it. I think a light rework like what happened to Nova would be great. Perfect. Yeah, I would say so too, Spookster. Like, she really just needs quality of life. Like, what she can do is really good. She just needs more quality of life to make it a smoother experience. I could give you a rant about Equinox, but I'm gonna hold myself for now. Yeah, don't worry. Like I said, if anyone wants to know stuff about Equinox, Maru in the chat is really, really good at Equinox. Like, yeah. Like, she's his baby, basically. And then, Warframe Flow is also good with Equinox. Like, he likes Equinox, too. So if you want to go to a creator, there's him. The book scans killed enemies. Also give an X amount of damage. Oh, true. That's true, CC. You're right. I don't have videos, don't even ask. That's true. But yeah, if you want to know more about Equinox, talk to Maru in the server or talk to Warframe Flow. They're both good with her. Okay, so who do we have next? Excalibur, I am sadly skipping over. I do not know anything about him, but I know Maru does. So talk to him if you want to know more about Excalibur. Frost. The Frozen Boy. Oh wow, I forgot that I had all this stuff on him. Do that. Yeah, I have this for some ability. Trying to remember if I know enough about Frost, because I do think he's underrated. Now, all he does is blinds and bring out a sword. F tier because Frost still can't give me a damn ice cream. He really needs a light rework so you don't spam one ability. I'm debating Frost right now, because on the one hand, I feel like I know enough about him, but on the other hand, I have not played him in like 2 years. And I've kind of forgotten a lot since then. Let me think about it. So his one insta-freezes enemies, which is really nice. Oh yeah, I subsumed his ice wave, which isn't very good. It just doesn't do a lot of damage, and it doesn't do anything unless you use an augment, so... That's why the pillage is there. Snow Globe, really good defensive power. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm gonna skip Frost. I don't think I know enough about him to give a good opinion. Gara. Now, I have played quite a bit of Gara. Especially the 2. Yeah. Nah, I wouldn't say that Platypus about the 1. The 1 on Frost, I would say, is pretty underrated. I kind of treat it similar to Limbo's Banish, in a sense. Annoys me because abilities that function on raycasts will block them. Frost pretty lame. Nah, I wouldn't go that far, CC. Like, I do feel like he's good. I just don't want to talk about him because I don't feel like I know enough to say anything is the issue. Gara, on the other hand, now she's a bit of a beast. So let me put, Prime Continuity on. Formalist build. Let me put on... Where's the Strength Arcane? More augmented. There it is. So the 1, Shattering Lash, is an Exalted melee. Somewhat. It's technically a pseudo-Exalted, but for here we're going to call it Exalted. When you hold down the 1, you do a swipe that inflicts enemies with whatever's modded on it. So in this case, I have electricity because melee influence. And if you press it once, you do a jab that builds combo, as well as on the swipe. Pretty solid. Frost is cool, but it also kind of energy hungry, which is why she has the Augment Spectra Siphon. The 2 is also interesting. It creates a protective thing around Gara, a glass shield, or you can place it on enemies or allies here, like that. That will do damage. But it also gives her DR. 90%. Gar can be a nasty tank for real. Then her 3, I'll turn on the AI here so we can show it. Will cause enemies to go... Oh, there we go. And go for the mirrors. It's a distraction tool. And then the 4 does this. That slows down enemies. And if I swipe, not only does it do damage, like that, but as you can see in the bottom right of the screen, that is the glass shield damage that's on me right now, her shatter shield. And basically, all I gotta do to keep building it up is I press 4, hold 1, break it, and now it's even higher. And if I walk up to enemies here, it does damage. And this is infinite. Like, you can keep this going forever. Which is really fascinating. Build a combo again. Like that. And the mana of energy again. There we go. 39k damage. My only weakness while playing her is nullifiers are falling off the map. Yeah. Like, she has really good tanking properties, a really good pseudo-exalted with her 1, like this, that can use the melee arcane, so melee influence go burr. And she can keep up a shield that gives her damage reduction and builds up damage over time, basically forever. She is a very, very, very powerful tank. I feel sad. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, as a whole, I don't know like any specifics about her, like little intricacies. But as a general like look at the character, like an overall look, she's really well designed. There's nothing that really conflicts in her kit at all. She's a really good tank slash defense frame because of her 4. She can do a lot of damage. She is overall really well designed. And the fact that this is a 0 forma build, too, and you can do this instantly, makes her really low effort to get her going. The only problem she has is twofold. One is her acquisition, because unless you want to get the Prime, the normal version can only be acquired... And let me skip the song real quick. There we go. Can only be acquired through Plains of Eidolon bounties, which not everybody wants to do. Not everybody has the hardware to do it, because I know Stabs can't play on the Plains, unfortunately. Oh, that's true. That's a good point, too. She can heal objectives. It's dumb that I became more blind the more tired I get in my left eye. Understandable, CC. But, alright, where was I again? I can play on the Plains, I just hate them. Oh, okay. I thought you said you couldn't load it. Oh no, that was the Railjack segment from New War, that's right. But anyway, she can be annoying to farm. She requires investment into finding her. The actual tools to make her do this are kind of late game, because she really likes melee influence and energy nexus, which can only be found in Whispers in the Wall, so it can be a while to get those things. When it took me 8 minutes to load into the Plains, it was because I was dramatically under spec for the game. Same with the New War, I was on a crap box running Windows 7, god damn. And their Prime obviously is vaulted, so she's expensive to get. But if you can get over the the energy nexus only... Well, yes, CC, but I'm looking at it less so from just buying it and actually acquiring it, though. Because not everybody can trade. Or wants to trade. I don't like running influence. That's fair, Spookster. I'm just giving a general example. But basically, she is very good. She just can be a pain to get a hold of, and a bit annoying to get all the tools that make her good. But minus that, I'd say she's a solid A in terms of like effort to power ratio. Who buys common mods? Melee Dowdy, nice dude. That's true, CC. I remember Melee Dowdy being pretty cool on her. Yeah, in terms of effort to power ratio and like all the stuff that you need to know and get, and as well as just as being a good defense frame, she's also really up there too. Vortex, hell yeah. Vortex Cult. I don't know any Gara players to be honest, but if you can find somebody to learn more from, she's definitely a good pick. Like, her only real effort is just getting her, really. Like, she doesn't need much else. She's not very high investment at all. At least on the Prime. Yo, wait, Gara? Yeah, I like Gara. She's good. She's definitely up there. Garuda. Sadly, I do not know enough about her, but if you do want to know about her, here's a plug for you. Go check out Lady Xena. She is a good friend of the channel, really good Warframe YouTuber, and makes awesome content. But I love Garuda S. Yeah, I wish. I don't want to rank her because I just don't know enough about her. Like, I barely played her when I first got her. Gone for the Gore Queen. Gaus is sadly the same deal. Like, I've played him a little bit, and from what I do think of his kit, he is good, but I'm just not going to rank him because I just don't know enough about him. But if you do want to check him out, oh, hello, Tenzi. Thank you for subscribing. Also, you can't complain about Adam's fashions with this one. The bird that screams at you, for real. But yeah, when it comes to Gaus, sadly not there either. I just don't know enough about him. Like, I've played him a little bit, and from what I remember, I thought his kit was fun. But I just don't know enough about him. Gaus surprisingly versatile. That's what I remember too, but I'm just going to avoid ranking him, ranking him in terms of power to effort, because I just don't know enough. Gyre, on the other hand, he basically can't die. Gyre, on the other hand, is a bit of a weird case. So, oh, this is random. I had your video in the background, and now you're live. Awesome. Hello, Tenzi. So let's talk about Gyre. Which, on a side note, if you want to know more about Gyre, go talk to either Moog or Kepchup about her, because they also know quite a bit. So the one is basically this. You spread electricity procs around, and if you hit the enemy directly, the AoE will do more damage. Which is very good, because not only do you have a way of priming electricity, you also have a way of feeding into the other part of her kit. Next Prime, I hope so. Like, I think Gyre Prime kind of deserves to exist at this point. But, let me redo this and get some energy out. Which is really good in combination with her 2. Which pulls enemies together, allowing you to not only crowd control them, but keep them in a group. And then her 3 makes it so that when you get kills with enemies that have electricity on them, through her abilities, you get duration back. And what the 3 does is that it gives you more crit damage, as well as more duration. And then the 4, I have the Aquaman 2, will make it so that when enemies suffer from her abilities, like a crit from the lightning strikes, it'll send down a bolt of lightning that chains out other enemies too. Not only that, her passive makes it so that her abilities can crit. Your Garuda is hideous, by the way. Yeah, I kind of figured. It went Lavos, Ureli, Caliban. Ah, okay. But let's now do a live demonstration with unpaused enemies. The problem with Gyre, in my opinion, kind of stems from the fact that you basically have to be constantly spamming your powers. Which here is really good in a situation like this. But in real life scenarios, enemies aren't just going to be right here. They're going to be over there, and over there. Which means that you have to be constantly spreading around her 1, and grouping up enemies with the 2 to get them in the closer range, so that way they can get the heat off of you. Now there are ways of avoiding this. Oh, real Garuda fashion? Oh god, let me see this. I'll have to look at the orbiter. Is that the problem with this is that because her abilities require her to basically be the one to get the kill mostly, make her very selfish as far as frames go, and because she kind of needs to be everywhere at the same time, you're not only jumping around constantly to survive in real life missions, we can actually, you know what? Let's actually go into a mission. I hope Jar Prime looks super pretty with her dump skirt. Thank you for doing this stream. Unfortunately, I have to go now. Bye, everyone. See you, David. Let me equip a companion and we'll go into an actual mission a little bit. Oh, wrong one. There we go. I chose not to rank her, Adam, but if you want to learn more about her, go to Lady Xena. She's really good about that stuff. Because I simply just don't know enough about Garuda, so I was leaving her alone. Where's the survival? There it is. The next Prime Frame is going to come out on the 1st of December. I hope. I have almost 900 hours on her, lol. Alright, Adam's also another choice then, when it comes to Garuda. Alright, let's go into here. Oh, I'm out of ciphers, seriously? Okay. So now I need the energy. So let's hope I pressed the wrong ability. It's not too bad. But basically, in here, I'm able to crowd control the enemies. In this little room. While getting some energy back. The problem is that now I'm getting shot at. And running out of energy too fast. Trying to get this going. Now, the way people traditionally avoided this was to use something like pillage for survivability, but as I said, subsumes take a lot more effort to work and get. The controller, oh yeah, controller vibrations. But yeah, basically I have to constantly go from point A to point B. Which isn't a big problem in a tile set like this, but if it's something way more open, it can become an issue. Keep going until I die here, I think. Thankfully it's stunning them pretty well. Got that crit going. Oh yeah, that's right, the 3 also gives shields, I think, if I remember correctly. I'll have to look at that again. I haven't played Gyre in a hot minute, so it's a little weird. Yeah, she's definitely working, which is nice. Would you rank Caliban? S tier, Adam. Like, Caliban's really low effort while being really, really good. Effort as in, like, investment, not, like, in terms of what he does. Okay, no, I don't get shields back. Okay. Okay, she's actually working better in here than I thought. That's enough for the demonstration. I wish the RS3 gave shields. Okay, yeah, I was wrong then. I was just getting lucky, I guess. That's my bad. Sorry, everybody. But, basically, her kit revolves around spreading electricity procs, ramping up her damage through said procs and critting with her passive, and flying around from point A to point B to kill enemies. And she typically has to get the kill, otherwise she doesn't get the duration back for her 3 here. And then with the augment, you also give duration to the 4 as well as a stronger version of the lightning bolt. But I'm still struggling with finding a melee weapon that fits him. Dual Icors are really good at max Diffun. But I still threw 10 Omniform and 5 Tower Shards on Caliban? Yeah. Your shield is big? Okay. I actually don't have any shields on her. She just has a lot of them. Ooh, let me see. Alice sent me something. Oh, I forgot about the Citrine fashion. Ooh. Very nice. Oh, Garuda Prime fashion. Oh yeah, this one, I remember this. This one's awesome. That's a good fashion. And then Caliban, very nice as well. I like that. Okay, Gyre's a bit better than I remember then after testing that. So, alright. So, overall, good kit. I will say I do think she needs, like, some way to get shields back. Like, before Jade Shadows, one of the biggest problems that she had was that, she needed the armor strip as well as get shields back to be good, which is why Pillage was so popular. But now that the companions can strip for you, and that Jade Shadows lowered the armor cap, it's not as big of an issue anymore. Like the Thalos for Limbo, but that's partially because I love science, that's fair. Grendel can be hard to get, but it takes so little to make him good. Get Shade, any version max investment is a tier, no required augment. Scaling shields is one of the best spawns on him. True stabs. Which I'll say though, if you guys want to know Grendel, go to stabs. He's really good at that stuff. Ooh, Valkyr. Valkyr. Oh my god, that's cursed. But, noted, thank you all. You're welcome, Agus. But, when it comes to Gyre, investment, from what I could tell, like, yeah, she needs, like, 3 Forma, she needs Energy Nexus. She just needs a consistent way of getting energy back, as well as a consistent means of protecting herself, which can be pretty easy with shield gating, but it still requires you to get these different mods. So she does need those somewhat, which comes to what I think is a similar problem. Hey Xena, how you doing? Like I was telling everybody earlier, if you want to know anything about Garuda, go to Xena. She's in the chat. Oh, I didn't even think about that, Spook. You're right, she does synergize with Stretch. That's a good point. But the other problem is, one, Cathode Current is like the biggest Band-Aid augment we've ever seen, and is like pretty much mandatory on her. Like without this thing, she doesn't really do her job nearly as well as she could. And then there's the biggest problem. Zeramin bounties, where she is quite honestly really fucking frustrating to get, and she does require a lot of materials to craft. And until the Prime comes out, she's going to remain that way. So it's like, takes a while to get a hold of her because she's locked behind the Zeramin, as well as requiring very specific resources to craft. She requires an augment to function, really. She can only be built in one realistically specific way, but it's still somewhat good, so it's not that big of a deal. She needs like 50 Void Plumes or something. Yeah, exactly. So I would say in terms of power, she's definitely up there. And she does, her one augment is also really good too, from what I remembered seeing, but I haven't played with it, so I can't really say that much. I have 34 Gyre chassis and 12 blueprints, not a single one of her other components, and I pretty much live in the Saruman. Yeah, Julio, that too. Drop rates can be abysmal. So because of that, I would say Gyre... I think she's a solid B+, I would say. Like, she's just locked behind so much stuff, and she does require an augment to be good, generally speaking. Like, it's such a big band-aid augment that not using it will actually hinder you significantly. She doesn't have the biggest build variety, but that's not like a big factor in the rankings. What matters is if she kind of works, and she does. She just needs quite a bit to get to it, and then she does need a very specific setup to be good. I think I farmed her twice. Her one augment is done with the Vertilac, by the way. Oh, Jesus. But yeah, I would say, overall, Gyre is solid B+ in terms of power to effort, as well as what's required of you to get to that kind of power. Because she's just locked behind so much stuff, similar to Equinox. And she does kind of have only one specific build with Cathoid Current. So it's like you kind of need the augment to make her good. I got like 1 billion Ultimox blueprints to rare drop before I get the common and uncommon Gyre parts. For real, Jade in Heaven. But yeah, power to effort / good kit and everything else, solid B+. Like, when the Prime comes out, I would move her to A+, I would say, because, like, what really kills her, in my eyes, is how much she's locked behind, really. Like, that's, like, the biggest problem she has. Not to mention needing a lot of Forma, somewhat, to be good. Harrow. Alright, let me put this on. Better put on some stuff. Harrow is really fucking good as well. Really, 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 really freaking good. Which, by the way, if you guys want to know more about Harrow, go to my buddy Sajin Khan, the Harrow enjoyer. He doesn't main him, but he loves Harrow. And so do I. Go into the ballroom. Harrow has one of the most complete kits in the game. Like, second to none. Switch to this. So what his one does is that not only is it a CC, but it gives shields back and opens enemies to headshots like this, by keeping them in place. Make it really easy to do things like this. It also lasts for quite a bit too with enough duration. It also means, because as part of his passive, he has double overshields. So because of that, he can easily rack up over 3,000 overshields on this current build, making him extremely tanky. Great spooky vibes. It's the Mikolash Host of the Nightmare theme from Bloodborne. His 2 takes those shields, it converts it into a fire rate buff. Quite a bit of it, too. I know he also heals, but it's like... Health / healing isn't really needed, but the fire rate buff is really nice. And I believe it's also reload speed buff, too. Yeah, there we go. It's also reload speed. Melee attack speed? Yeah, that too. It also increases melee attack speed like this. And the duration of it is largely based on how many overshields / shields you have. So you're very heavily incentivized to keep your shields as high as possible. Then you have his 3, his durable. Per every kill, you get energy back, with increased energy if it's a headshot kill. No more Bloodborne music. There it is, headshot kill. like quadruple it. Mikolash hosts in the nightclub. I'm surprised you know that one. And then his 4... Let's get the 4 out. It's where things kind of go off the rails. His 4 makes it so that you will be temporarily invincible. And during this period, you get increased crit chance, or you take in damage, and then you get a crit chance increase of 50%, 200% on headshots, which synergizes really well into the rest of his kit. And the best part is he doesn't need much. Like, you technically could just run him modless if you want to, because everything he needs in his kit is just right there. He's got shields, he's got fire rates / attack speed increases, he's got energy, he's got the flat crit chance, he has an invincibility period, he has crowd control, he has everything. Like, he's like kind of in a way the polar opposite of Dante in a sense, where like Dante has the nuking and the survivability, whereas Harrow has the ability to sustain, basically. Like, he's a sustaining monster. Not to mention just really good in squads if you're being a support. The biggest problem being that he's reliant on having enemies to hit him or to catch with his one to do the other stuff in his kit. But even then, that can be kind of mitigated with one of his augments, like the one for his 4, where like headshot kills increase its duration. Or just a general coordinating with your teammates if you can. Harrow also increases the chances the user will drop an interest in BDSM. But yeah, in terms of sheer power as a gun platform, easy S tier. Like, he has everything he needs baked into his kit. Like, he is just so well put together. But then this comes to the other problem. Effort. / what's required of you to get him. Because unfortunately, the drop for his parts is abysmal, because most of them are in the Kuva Fortress and have a really low drop chance. Minus the Harrow chassis, which is where the whole Harrow chassis meme comes from. And his Prime is unfortunately currently vaulted. So you either have to spend multiple grueling hours to get him, for his Sub-Zoom if you want to use him on other frames, and just using him in general. Or you have to shell out like 100 plat or something to do it, which not everybody can trade for. Not just because of necessarily where you play, but also because not a whole lot of people like interacting with the system, the trading system. It also guarantees that the user will hate their squad. May interest you in some Harrow chassis blueprints in these trying times for real. And there was a Mirage with the Kuva Ogres just obliterating everything, so I couldn't play the game. Yeah, that's like the biggest problem with him, is that even though he is technically a support, he's a enemy-based support. So because of that, he needs enemies to work. So because of that, as an actual support, he's questionable. But if you're playing with him solo, he's incredible. Like, genuinely one of the best frames in the game, in my opinion. Like, top 10. Like, alongside the likes of Dante. The problem is just the effort required to get him can be annoying, but actually building for him is relatively easy, because he technically doesn't need anything, minus maybe Cassid speed. So because of that, I would say he is a solid A+. Like, what kills him is the fact that, or what causes problems is just getting him, really. But after that, incredible frame. So well put together. And once you learn some of the synergies between his powers and how they work, he's really easy to understand. From Chains of Harrow. Well, you get his main blueprint. You don't get his other parts. He's in the circuit. That's true, too. I forgot about circuit. But that's also the problem, too. You have to wait for him to show up in the circuit if you want to get him, which can be a problem. But yeah, overall, I would say solid A+. Like, the problem is just getting him, but after you get him, incredible. So little effort to make good. Such a well put together kit. Synergizes really well generally, minus with squads, but doesn't matter too much. He's just really good. Hildryn. Yeah, I forgot that I have everything on this build. Have not played her in a bit, but I do know enough about her to talk about her a bit. Consumes shields instead of energy for abilities. Her one is the Balefire Charger. Yeah, that build is not good. Kind of annoying to get the Balefire working, from what I remember. Turn that off. Her two, Pillage, removes enemy armor / defenses, gives you shields back, and cleanses status effects. Hello, Delegation Nation. How you doing? Hildryn and Caliban make a great duo. Our favorite muscle mommy. But yeah, shield / armor strip, as well as status cleansing. Her 3 spreads radiation damage, as well as gives shield to allies. And with the augment, sets them on fire, which can be really good for heat inherit builds. Then her 4 makes it so that she flies, and enemies will drop energy orbs when they're in the 4. And if you are in the 4, let me pick these up. You also get 2 Balefires. I can't really show it off because I keep running out of shields so fast. Hildryn, as a support, from what I remember playing, cuddling with Hildryn must feel great with those. That's funny. But her 1 kind of needs a bit of work, I would say. Like, let me pull up the build I have on it, actually, before I start talking shit. Yeah, it's my current build. Wow, I don't have a arcane on it. Let's give it Innervate, I guess. Enemies suspended by her 4 keep constantly pooping energy orbs too, so there's... Yeah, she's really good in that sense. Like, a real chat message on high ping where your weapon can be used on your 4. That's pretty cool. But, in concept, I think she's really cool. Like, I think the idea of a shield frame that consumes shields as energy, as well as getting shields back through her 2, is a really interesting idea. And then doing that. And then see, I get the shield back right there, as well as overshields. She can be really good as a tank, minus the occasional electric proc, which could fuck her over. So because of that, she's kind of covered on the survivability front. Bad boy drone. Like, in terms of survivability, she's very much covered. The problem is that the 4 needs a lot to work, from what I remember. Now, obviously, armor and shield strip helps, but it can still be annoying to work. And then the 4, really good as a support tool for you, or for your teammates. Not particularly good for Hildryn by herself. Specifically because, like, yes, she can consume energy orbs to get shields back, but it's not a lot of them. Like, she's very much... It's very much a case of where the 4 is really only good if you're in a squad. And now, yes, you do get the Akimbo Balefires. So you can cast her 2 during 4. Yeah, they allowed you to do that too. If I remember correctly. Let's try it. Let me spawn them again. Because if so, that will help. But even then, the 4 is really mostly useful if you're in the squad. Yeah, they changed it. There we go. So you'll constantly get shields and stuff back. They'll be pooping energy orbs. So in terms of, like, actual team-wide support, a really good choice, I would say. Like, free armor strip, as well as crowd control. and energy is really helpful. Yeah, she can't play in infested tile sets because the thing doesn't work on infested, sadly. Because she is limited to which faction she can fight, which is really frustrating. The 1 has problems, like I said, and you can't use any other weapons in the 4, so the only reason you would have the 4 out, really, is for some light crowd control for your allies, as well as energy regeneration for them. Kinda can take her to Infested, you just need the augment. That's true, too. Allows you to get shields from Infested on top of the heat procs. Ah. Okay, I didn't realize it worked on Infested. That changes things. I forgot that was the thing. Well, I would say overall, her kit is really interesting. The problem is it's just not that powerful in my opinion. Like, don't get me wrong, as a tank, really good. Support for your allies, really good. But if we're talking about solo, it doesn't... I won't say it does nothing. Like, it obviously does something. But I kind of feel like the 1 needs to be improved, mainly. Now, obviously, you can mod for more fire rate, but I feel like even with that, the damage isn't crazy. And yes, power strength does contribute to that. But I kind of feel like with what she does is solid. She just needs a lot more quality of life, is the issue. Like, some extra things. Either interactions, or just things added to her kit. And that isn't helped by the fact that she is really annoying to get a hold of. Because yes, you can technically farm her from the circuit, rather than fighting the orb mother spider. The problem is, the resource she needs to craft her normal version at least, only drops from the Orb Mother fight. So you have to do the Deck 12 mission repeatedly to get a hold of her, which can be annoying. And correct me if I'm wrong, those in the chat, do you have to be rank 5 with Solaris to do that? Or is that only the other one? The other Orb Mother. Because if you can fight her at any time, that's kind of fine, but you still need, like, good equipment, generally, if you're going to be fighting her. You do? Okay, yeah. So she's locked behind both Mommy Orb and Prophet Taker. Okay, so she's locked behind a long grind. Her resource is rare to get a hold of, because it's only from that fight. And you have to typically do it repeatedly to get her parts. And then the Prime, I could be wrong, I believe it's vaulted, but even then, you would still either have to grind for it, or shell out platinum for it. You can go there without the mission? Oh, okay, Blix, thank you. You don't have to be max rank, but you do have to wait for the event for the Thermia to spawn her. That's true too, the Thermia stuff. So she just takes a long time to get a hold of, and her power can really only be seen in co-op, because she's more focused around co-op play rather than single-player play. Like, I would say in terms of sheer power, she's kind of closer to, like, a B+, I would say, because, like, the problem is that the 1 isn't crazy. Her 2 and 3 are great together, especially with the augment, and the 4, she's time-locked, essentially. Yeah, Bullgator, she's basically time-locked. So she takes a long time, at least the base version, to get a hold of to get Pillage, which is why I always say stop bringing up Pillage as a solution, because not everybody has Pillage or wants to get it. And her Prime, at least, you either have to have had the relics and grinded out, or bought her for platinum, basically. Or trade for platinum, which can be a problem for some players. So I would say in terms of effort, also another thing too, let's take a look at, what's my build I'm using? Yeah, 2 Forma. Oh, I even forgot, mod. Like, she is pretty easy to build for, I would say, though. Like, you mod for shield capacity, as well as some strength and some range. But what makes her truly amazing is if you use Aegis, and where's the other one? Not Grace. Not Reaper. Where's the shield mod that I'm thinking of? Oh, I don't have it. But there's a arcane that you get that insta refreshes shields, which is really good on her. basically making her almost immortal. And especially if you use adaptation, she can tank really well in here. And then with Aegis, she also becomes a tank. So you can do this. Go into the 4 to stop them for a little bit. Crowd controller. Yeah, Guardian, that's what I'm thinking of. Arcane Guardian. Those two are amazing on her, but because she needs at least one of those, typically, it means that you're sacrificing a whole Arcane slot just to make her work. So she can be kind of high effort, because that specific Arcane is from the Eidolon bounties. So you either have to wait to gamble with Femloid, or you have to buy the Arcane outright, which is very expensive. Oh, let me see. Yeah, the bad boy drone. Love that. Has the highest shield gate in the game, which is neat. That's true too, Blix. Like, she can tank like a motherfucker. Like, if you want to tank and don't want to use Revenant, she's very good at it. But I kind of feel like her Balefire doesn't really do enough, or isn't strong enough, and I think needs to be buffed a little bit. And her 4, although cool, you really can only, realistically would only want to use it if you're playing co-op, and otherwise you would probably subsume over it. So because of that, in terms of sheer power, she's solid. Like, I'd say she's a solid B, but in terms of actually getting, she is such a pain in the ass to get a hold of. So because of that, I think she's like a C- roughly. Like F tier in terms of acquisition, and like B tier in terms of power, so like a solid C- maybe. Because, like, if you like using her, again, I have to repeat this every single time, but if you like using her, that's perfect. I can't be happier for you, but in terms of like sheer power to effort ratio, especially in terms of acquisition, she's just not amazing. Like, she's not bad, but she's not amazing. Have you tried the ult augment if you don't mind flying? So it makes Balefire beast though. I've seen that one. I haven't used it, so I can't say anything about it. I'm mostly trying to talk about it in the context of their base kits and not augments. Generally, obviously I'll talk about some augments if they're important or really good. But yeah, overall, Hildryn C-, I would say, in terms of power to effort ratio and acquisition. Not only that, her kit just isn't amazing. Like, she needs more, I would say. Let's swap over now. I haven't played enough Inara, so I'm actually just going to skip him, sadly. Ivara. Ivara's a neat one. Like, I would say she's pretty underrated. So let's, find that. Power Drift. And then where's the augments? There it is. Concentrated Arrow. Ivara, if subsumes are counted, we could take Vile Rush into consideration. Mobility. Well, yeah, I'll talk about it a little bit if they make a massive difference, Julio, but they don't really in most cases. Vile Rush is definitely a good subzoom, though, but I'm trying to look at, like, whenever I talk about subzooms on a frame, right, that definitely goes into the effort to make good category, because, like I said earlier, you're sacrificing a whole other frame just to make this one frame work. Which is why, back in the day, I hated Gyre, because needing Pillage just to make her work I felt was a terrible design choice. But that's changed since then, so she's not in that pool. So Ivara is pretty solid. Oh, wait. Oh, this is the... Let me remove Ensnare. I just realized this build has Ensnare on it. Ivara Proto Frame. Ooh. I like our Huntress. Let me remove... Yeah, Ensnare. I had this on for a different build. let's go back into here. So that way I can show off the abilities a little bit more. God, my throat is dying. I want to try to get through all the frames today. I don't want to have to do 2 streams for this sort of stuff. Okay, so we're back in. So her 1 is the various arrows. Let me pull them up. So there's dash wire, sleep, noise, and I'm trying to remember what the last one was. Let's see. Yeah, sleep. Cloak. Oh yeah, the invisibility arrow, cloak arrow. In terms of sheer utility, I would say it's pretty solid. So for example, put out dash wire here and go on it right here. While in Prowl, her invisibility ability, and basically scoot around the map really fast like this. And they have infinite duration too. Noise arrow. Let me do this. Also, doing any sort of parkour stuff will take you out of the invisibility. So noise arrow will send enemies right there. Now they're investigating. Oh. Forgot I don't have a silence weapon. Jill sent you a FR so I can send you the vid I found. Alright. And then I can press the 2. Oh yeah, I can move it. How do I navigate this? Oh yeah, I have to be aiming, that's right. Yeah, like that. There we go. My, I think my projectile speed is too fast, but basically, with the 2, you get a ramping damage bonus, and you can guide the bullet to hit specific weak spots the longer it's in the air. And it also has an augment that improves this even more. And then the 4 is her exalted bow. And if I hit the head... Oh. Yeah, it explodes right here because I have the augment on. Spreading status and doing damage. And if I alt-fire with it, I fire one of the arrows from the 1. Then sleep arrow. Like that. Allows me to go in and get finishers. Or I can just walk up and dome him right here. Just like that. Yeah, Yvara plays... That's overall kind of how she plays for the most part. From the many, many times I've played her in the past. She is very much a... You kind of sit in the shadows and attack enemies kind of character. Actually, wait. Yeah, I'm now navigating. Love this. And it also drains energy while it's in the air. And as you can see in the bottom corner, above the ability icon, it's getting that damage multiplier. And then if I let go, and do that, you'll then go for the enemy. Let's actually demonstrate this a little bit. Navigate can be so silly. It's honestly, in my opinion, one of the most underrated abilities in her kit. Like, people tend to gloss over it way too much. So I'm just gonna fly this around. Do that. Just like that. And basically, with Navigator, you could build up so much damage on certain projectiles and even certain abilities. Like, there's even a video that I've seen about it. That, in terms of sheer raw damage and survivability, she's easily one of the best in the game. And her playstyle is what I think turns her off for a lot of people, because she's very much a sit in the shadows kind of character. Like, you kind of play from a distance and get enemies to come to where you need them to go, kind of like Loki. Until you basically just have an endless loop of enemies here and you just chill above. I like it a lot, just a shame that Warframes think you're macroing with her and gets you to lose your rewards for real. Navigate builds for real Bullgator. But I would say in terms of sheer power, she's very much in the same situation that frames like Harrow and Dante are. Like, she kind of has everything in her kit already to do what she needs to do. Mods simply give her more quality of life. Outside of the bow, like the Artemis bow actually does need a lot of investment into it. Like, I think on my build, let me pull it up. Yeah, I have 3 mods on this build right now. Wow, this is an old build. Yeah, I don't even have an arcane adapter. This build is from before the Jade Shadows changes, actually. Yeah, really good gun platform. Doesn't need a whole lot to be good. Let me look at my... Yeah, I have 3 arcanes here, but you technically could get away with just Prime Flow, building for efficiency and duration, and you're fine. She does not need a crazy amount to be good. Getting her, however, is also a problem. Because she's locked behind spy missions, where you have to do spy missions and you have a chance at getting her parts for the base form. The Prime vaulted and requires you to get the relics. So because of that, and I don't think the materials for the blueprints are crazy, so that's not a big issue. But because of that, she just has so many roadblocks similar to what Harrow has to deal with to get her parts that she can be really annoying. The problem is that I wouldn't say she's as powerful as Harrow, because even though she has a lot baked in her kit the way Harrow does, the problem is that the buffs that she has are pretty specific, I would say. Not to mention, she's not a very mobile character, so the playstyle in particular will turn a lot of people off. Not the biggest factor in the ranking, but it is important to note. So, because of that, I'd say she's a solid A-. Like, she's definitely up there in terms of sheer power, and she is very cool, and if her playstyle clicks with you, you're gonna have a good time. But she's just locked behind so much stuff. Can't be but chill gameplay. Exactly, Ruby. And the fact that her gameplay style is very, very different from other frames, it'll turn a lot of people off from wanting to use her or trying to learn her, because the problem, and this is similar to what Limbo has a problem with too, is that people are trying to play Limbo like they play every other frame, when you have to treat them as their own thing, and the Ivara also has that problem. You have to play Ivara by her rules and what she wants, not by what you want, and that will turn a lot of people off, or confuse a lot of people. Very underrated, though. Like, very powerful and doesn't require a crazy amount of effort to make good. She's just really annoying to get a hold of, and she can be annoying to learn. So because of that, A-, I would say. Alright. Jade. Let me switch fashions. Let me also look at my glory build. Oh wow, this is also before the exalted weapon changes. Let me put on some mods. Leave the torrent. Okay. Jade is unironically one of the best frames in the game, I would say. Getting a hold of her can be a little annoying, but overall, she has a really well put together kit. Let me do this. So the one does 2 things. Spreads judgment marks. And also applies heat damage. Her 2 cycles between Deathbringer, which I believe this is power strength, right? No, increased weapon base damage, which also applies to her 4. Or shield recharge. And this is within affinity range. Or Glory of the 7, which gives power strength. Oh, look, the better trinity. Then her 3, armor strips. And 1 armor strip provides a heat proc. But it is directional. Like, you have to be looking at them for it to work. And then her 4... Respawn them again. Puts you in the Glory, which is her exalted weapon. And if the enemy has a judgment mark, you can detonate the alt fire, which does a lot of damage. I'm out of energy. Also 3 revives allies, but only works on Jade. Yeah, it allows you to revive at a range, which is really helpful. But there are a few problems with this character, I would say, personally. She is classified as a support, and when I say support, I mean it. Like, she very much wants to be playing with other players to be good. Like, here it's not a big deal because this is the sim. I'm able to control this. But I cannot tell you how many times I have played in solo and have struggled to not only keep my energy up without the use of some kind of companion to provide it, or keep the pressure off of me long enough for my shields to get back up. Because she very much is designed to play from the back and support the team. She does not want to be on the front lines. Not to mention, look how much energy I went through. I went through like 600 energy just to kill those enemies. I judge you with my 7 eyes. Like, she has a very well put together kit. Yep, oh, like this right here. Already armor stripped and shit. Give me that shield recharge. There we go. But she's very much a character designed around supporting the team, not being the main focus of the team. I have Arcane Impetus and Encumber on her. That's fair. Like, she... Don't get me wrong, she's very strong, and if you have a way of drawing aggro, she's very potent. But I would say she struggles with survivability, similar to what Banshee has to deal with, because she doesn't really have any survivability methods baked into her kit, outside of her 4, where she gets DR while in it. 50% DR. And more importantly, she wants to be spamming abilities all the time, basically, so she can run out of energy really, really fast. On the front, tanking and dealing damage, while the Rhino on my team doing nothing for the love of God. I don't know, that's just my experience. I've come to hear Limbo S tier. Hello, Ruben. Yeah. Yeah, Jade, that's why I have Arcane. Oh, I've already read that comment. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. She's very strong and very potent. It has a really well put together kit. Like, everything synergizes so well together that she's very powerful. The problem is survivability, depending on what you're using. Like, I would highly recommend bringing a companion or something to help with that if you can. And energy problems. Like, she wants to be consuming energy basically all the time. Now, yes, there is another synergy where enemies that die while in her 1 give energy back to the 2. Or not energy, sorry, duration. So that helps. But that still doesn't change the fact that you're spamming these basically all the time to spread stuff around. I feel like the average Rhino just knows roar, funny roar and iframes button. Yeah, basically that too. If you were the solo with Jade, I'd keep her shields buff up as with the redirection. Yeah, that too. Like, the other thing is that because of the survivability problem, if you're playing it solo, you're basically exclusively using the shield buff. So you can't really use the other stuff. I see others build Jade as a one spammer or secondary minigun. Yeah, basically, yeah. And then there's the other problem, is that although she's not very expensive to build, I would say, like, she has the free aura slot, so that really helps. I forgot that this is... Which build is this? Oh, this is a different one. Let me put on this. She kind of wants a little bit of everything. Like, she wants duration, she wants to keep her efficiency the same if you can. She wants range, and she wants strength. Like, she wants everything. Which isn't the worst, because you have these polarity slots and arcane slots, but it basically means that she wants everything, but she can't have everything. Shield gating. Let me think of what else. There is also the other problem in that you kind of have to wait a little bit to get her because she's locked behind the Jade Shadow's quest, obviously, which can take time to get to for a lot of players because you still need to finish New War. You have to get pretty far into the game to get a hold of her, and although she's very strong and she does synergize very well, and in my opinion is pretty fun, she can be pretty one-note. Really enjoy going for Deathbringer as with Zada is funny. Yeah. Like, she can't use parts of her kit when she's in solo because you have to keep yourself alive. And in squads, although very powerful, she still has to basically rely on squad members to get that energy or to stay alive, generally. Grinding the node? Yeah, that's true, Ruben. That's true. So in terms of actually getting a hold of her... really annoying, like definitely down in like C. Building her, she wants a little bit of everything, but isn't the worst to build for. Like, she needs at most like 1 to 2 formas into her to be good because she has the dual polarity slots, which really helps. And oh yeah, also her exalted weapon also needs to be wait, how many formas do I have into this? 3. Okay, so you need quite a bit of forma then in total. She's locked behind a quest and the grind. And even though she's very potent, in solo at least, she's not amazing. She really shines in squads. Now, let me see what build this is. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, and I'm already chowing down on so much energy at the moment. And then that. And she moves slow? Yeah, somewhat. She is somewhat slow. But overall, I would say, when it comes to power, she's definitely up there, especially in a squad. Like, specifically in squad, she's S tier easily. That's why I have the 3 Thines to help her with her, like 2 Amalgam mods and Praetos. That's fair. Her sounds are amazing, though. Yeah, she definitely has amazing sound design, but that doesn't really factor into this tier list. Because, like, it's basically like power to effort, basically, is the tier list. Although it's really nice. So overall, I would say she's a solid... I would say she's a solid B+. Like, she just has the grind problem, survivability and energy problem, similar to Banshee. But in terms of actual power, she's up there, and in squads where she's at home, she's easily the best support in the game, in my opinion. Like, she just provides so much to the squad if she's around. So I'd say B+ is pretty fair. Lavos! Play given my username and her angelic theme. Yeah, for real, Jade in Heaven. Lavos. don't do anything. Wait a minute. My Pookie. For a time, I also considered myself a bit of a Lavos main. Because I really like his kit. There we go. Protoframe drug dealer for real. Way too versatile to be not be S tier. Yeah, Lavos is absolutely fucking incredible. Like, I've said this many times, but if Limbo didn't exist, I'd probably be a Lavos main. And it's because his sheer versatility, like, his kit fits together really well. His 1 gives healing and spreads Toxin, as well as a combined elemental. His 2 spreads cold, aka crowd control. She is the mom of the squad for real CC when it comes to Jade. As well as providing mobility, and the pools linger, so more status spreading. The 3 cools down all your other powers while spreading status. And then the 4 is a condition overload nuke. Can't handle my potions. Lavos not being a Scholar Protoframe is a crime. You could say the 3 helped squad get energy. Yeah, in a sense too, because kills from that drop combined orbs as well as universal ammo. He's getting a deluxe soon for real. Nuclear fart. Like, Lavos, in terms of sheer damage scaling, is probably the strongest frame in the game, unironically. Like, his damage scaling is just off the charts in terms of power, while having a kit that flows really well together and provides so much utility and damage. Yeah, let me drink. And normally I would say, oh, but he's hard to get a hold of, but because his Prime exists, it is out, you can farm the relics. As of right now, he's really easy to get, technically, if you don't want to go through Father, obviously, to get his parts. His only problem that I could say about him is that his skill ceiling can be pretty high. Like, you have to know what every status effect in the game does. You have to know when and where to use the various damage types. You have to know how certain status effects can combine with each other, because remember, he force procs not only the base element, but also whatever you infuse to it. You can armor strip with the green shards, yeah, that's a thing that you can do as well, and it's not particularly difficult, because Lavos outside of a casting speed shard or 2 doesn't need too much. In terms of base content, he doesn't need a whole lot to be good. Like, genuinely. Like, similar to frames like Limbo or Equinox, it's the skills ceiling, the skill scaling that kind of, like, puts him behind other frames. Because although, yes, other frames can nuke faster than he can, the difference is that Lavos can scale better than they can. So even into the highest level of content, he is still going to be doing crazy damage with his powers, while having the mobility and damage potential from his powers and weapons. Especially if you use the augment for his passive that gives you weapon damage that I have on right now. How do I do this? Yeah, exactly, Andrew. Like, Lavos is realistically his only problem is the skill ceiling. And the fact that he can technically be annoying to get if once his prime goes out of service. Not to mention, though, another thing. For a fully maximized build that I'm using on the base form, because I don't have the prime yet, I did have to put in 5 Forma, so he is technically pretty high investment, relatively speaking, and he does like the Umbral set somewhat, for the increased health and armor and shit, if you're not doing level cap content, that is. Because his base armor and health is just ridiculous on this build. especially since it synergizes with the heal from Ophidian Bite. Not to mention, he also has the highest status duration in the game, which gives him a pretty unique advantage. A ton of doors, so you're experimenting with weapons for real, Platypus. Like, he just does have quite a lot of versatility, which can hurt him somewhat because it means that it can be hard to find a definitive build to use and knowing which ones work. But I would say that the only thing that really holds him back is just the skill ceiling. So I would say in terms of sheer power, he's definitely S. Like, I would say he's probably the S of the S's next to Dante. Like, he's up there. But his skill ceiling drops him a bit, where like he's like he has B tier in terms of effort and farming, and then B tier in terms of like skill ceiling, or S tier in terms of skill ceiling. So it's like hard to use him. It's just balanced looking at Lavos like, the fuck is this shit for real? Lavos primed himself for real. We're not really talking about lore in the context of the frame, so Andrew, but that still is a really cool fact. So I would say, overall, I'd say he's an A+. Like, he has... The skill ceiling is what really screws him over, but if you're willing to brave the skill ceiling and getting a hold of him, incredible frame, a lot of fun, very powerful, and very versatile. He is the S of the S's. Really good Warframe. Not to mention, he's kind of free to use whatever you want. I use Guardian and Blessing on him because I like health tanking with him. But he does offer quite a bit in terms of modding too, which is important. You don't always get in the flow with him, but when I do, it's magical for real. Limbo! Limbo! Let me get some energy back. Oh my god, I can't get on top of the fucking statue. There we go. I love this guy. But to be real with Limbo, in terms of actual power effort, he's very weird. Because if we're talking about if you know his kit, right? Like, know how his kit interacts with each other and know what his abilities do. He is one of the only frames next to Revenant that can play the whole game modless if you wanted to. The helmet over the one. Just like, screw off, Ruben. But, his entire kit flows together so well that he can play modless. He has energy regen, damage technically if you want to use his augment, but he doesn't need it. He has crowd control. He has defense in the form of the rift. He has ways of bringing enemies into the rift in multiple ways and playing around it, playing on both planes. Technically doesn't need the mods to function, but he could do with a lot of casting speed. Like, he really likes that. And on top of that, to build base Limbo, and this is the case even after you beat the quest, if you get his parts through the quest, you only have a 1-minute crafting time on him. And he's found at Europa, which is very early into the game. Like, extremely early. Like, in terms of getting him, knowing his skill set and, like, knowing his skills in terms of build variety, he's probably S of S tier overall, next to Dante and Lavos. Therefore, F tier. 1 second. There we go. You're mine now. Just banish the fuckers. D's descriptions don't really help. Yeah, they don't. They definitely don't. But, like, anybody, I know you're joking here, Ruby. I know you're joking here, but anybody who says Exodus exists, just fucking banish them and dodge or walk around the abilities in some cases. Like, genuinely, holy shit. Or from players where they have to press more than 2 buttons for real. The silence for a few seconds, yeah. I know you're joking, Ruben, but still, I'm so fucking tired of that whole argument. But, he has so much versatility, so much power, so much shit. One of the easiest frames in the game to get. Stasis projectile limit. That doesn't really matter too much, Ruben, so long as it, like, if it's only 1 to 2 exhibits, it's not a big deal. It'd be different if you had, like, 10 of them. But even then, you can just refresh it just by pressing the button again. Yeah, I don't know why a lot of Limbo mains complain about that. Like, it's not even a big problem. Like, if they were to, like, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't mind them adding, like, a silencing effect to the Rift at some point, but, like, it's just not a problem. Like, anybody who says, oh, Exodus exists, I'm like, you've clearly never played this character. Like, he can literally just cast Cataclysm right there, stand at a distance, and just shoot into the fucking bubble. And take out the Eximus in the process. Does Banish work on Eximus? I always thought Banish ignored. Nah. That works. Let me show you. Right here. There he is. Right there. My weak-ass weapon doesn't really help, but yeah. Like, oh my god, the brain rot around this character is actually hilarious, but, that said, though, if we're talking about purely ease of acquisition, ease of building, variety of building, sheer power, S of the S's of the S's, like, easily up there. But that's the other problem. That is assuming you know how his kit works. And that is a problem, because even for me, like, even though I learned pretty fast how he works after getting to know him, for a lot of players and knowing his interactions with the rest of the game and knowing different strategies can take sometimes even a couple of weeks for people to get used to him. Some of them do also ignore Cataclysm too. Yeah, that's true. That is a small problem, but that's not a big deal because you can just crowd control the other enemies and then use something like Arcane Escapist or the Shield Recharge Delay mods and be fine, as well as using your Operator too if need be. Like, in terms of actual KPM, he also kind of struggles a little bit. Like, you kind of need a grouping tool, which you can easily do with Vazarin or some other focus school or some external means, as well as preferably a DPS-focused companion. Which isn't particularly difficult because the Kubros, in particular, are a really good choice. And he does have a lot of wacky tech. And not only the fact that the stasis increases enemy density also really helps him. But he is going to have a lower KPM, which can be a problem. But in terms of sheer power, is really good. But like I said, that's all under the assumption that you know how his kit works. If you don't, he's kind of bottom of the barrel, because yes, he's really easy to get a hold of, and yes, he's technically easy to build for. The problem is that you need that knowledge, otherwise you'll never be good with him. Which would put him like around D tier, if we're talking about purely on not knowing how he works. So if we're talking about like an in-between, I would say Limbo's more of a B+, maybe an A-. Like, he's very, very strong, if not the strongest frame in the game, if you know how he works. The problem is, most people don't. Shield Gate Doggo plus soft nuke every 15 seconds, what's not to love? For real. But yeah, Limbo is very powerful. Like, he is very good. He just suffers from knowledge check. So overall, I'd say B+. Yeah, that's fair, Jade in Heaven. Like, he is very much a skill check frame. Like, you have to be good with his mechanic to make him good. Make the dog invincible if he's in the rift. Yeah, true, Ruben. Now we have a bit of a sleeper pick among us. Loki. I have Rest and Rage over his 2, but his 2 is Switch Teleports, which allows you to switch places with an enemy. Not amazing, but very helpful. His 1, though, is Decoy. Let me turn on this. Oh wait, no, his 2 is Invisibility. Sorry, his 3 is Switch Teleport. While I'm invisible, his Decoy will have the highest aggro generation in the game. So they will only go for this guy, even if a defense target is, say, right here. I have Rest and Rage on, but if I wanted to, I could switch Teleport and switch places with this guy, so I'd be right here, and he'd be right here. Put that there. Go invisible again. And then if I use Disarm, all the enemies enter melee mode and go directly for the decoy. In a sense, creating a pseudo grouping tool. Meaning that I could say, chill up here, and just disarm every once in a while, and just shoot from up here. He gets to be deceptively tanky, yeah, because it scales with enemy health and shit now. But he basically has the strongest aggro tool in the game while having one of the best aggro changing tools in the game. These together make him a pretty good crowd control frame. Being able to just get enemies to walk to where you want them to go. And he does have some cool augments, like the one that gives you invincibility when you switch teleport. Or the one where if Loki takes damage, the decoy takes it instead. But overall, quite a sleeper pick. Like, he's honestly really good if you just want to chill in a room. Just get the enemies to go to where you want them to go right here. Like this. And then just nuke from right here. It does, Ruby. Oh my god, his decoy has the highest aggro in the game. It's the same as an actual player. So in a sense, it's like having a person in co-op with you when that's out. Very, very, very underrated. His farm is a little annoying though, because his farm is actually, where do you get base Loki? Let me Google. Oh, the hyenas. So, Neptune. So his farm can be a little annoying because you have to go pretty deep into the game to get him. And his prime is vaulted and, from my understanding, one of the most expensive primes. Hyena Neptune boss? Yeah. So because of that, you can also mark the decoy for death, so that's funny. Oh yeah, the mark for death decoy, that's right. So because of that, it creates a very weird, like, problem with him, where, like, getting a hold of him can be a chore. He's pretty easy to build for, though. You basically just build duration and range. Like, he doesn't need much else. Because he's, a weapons platform. Because, the duration of the two specifically is really low. Like, this is with double duration, and it's only just above 25 seconds. Then there's Disarm, which doesn't really care about damage because you're using it to remove enemy armaments. And it's a permanent Disarm too, which makes it even better. Then Decoy, obviously, really solid. With really good aggro range. His ease of building, and also the fact that his abilities are just, or his power is determined by his mechanics, not weapons, also makes him really good because it means that he can scale the level cap pretty easily. Because he's always invisible, he's always aggroing, and he's always disarming. So I'd say in terms of sheer power, he's pretty good. The biggest problem with him is just the fact that he can be a chore to get a hold of. Not as much as other frames, but it's still a consideration. Not to mention, he doesn't do direct damage with his abilities much, so you have to have good weapons, which can be a problem, but it's not that big of a deal. My turret's social draining. Brain keeps thinking, damn, that Limbo fashion is so cool. Wait, that's Loki. For real. I would say in terms of effort to get, he's like a C, but in terms of power and like build variety, he's like an S. So I'd say he's like a solid A. Like, Loki is honestly, if you like his playstyle and want to use him, he's honestly really, really good. Super, super slept on frame, in my opinion. While being pretty powerful with minimal effort. It's just getting him that's the problem. Mag, oh mag. Oh. Drag these guys in. There we go. Oh my god, Mag is so good. Really good, even with the kind of crappy 3. Bubble, yeah. She has good grouping. She has crowd control. She has damage. She has armor strip with the augment and her 3. She has shield regeneration. She, like Limbo, when you understand the synergies between her powers, can technically be played modless, although I don't recommend it. She is just such a damn good character. Not to mention, she's a starter frame. Like, she can be acquired literally at the beginning, and so long as you get a hold of her combos and the way she works, absolutely one of the best frames in the game. While being so easy to build, so easy to get. Like, all you build on her, really, a little bit of range, some power strength, and some way to get energy. And that's all you need. Just to piss them off. For real. Like, in terms of power, in terms of effort, in terms of building, easy S. Like, easily one of the best in the game. Like, goddamn. She is so good. And, like, this is, like, yes, the Prime. This is the Prime here. I only have one format in this, and it's doing all this shit. Like, she is unironically one of the best in the game. And it's not even close. In the stream, I'm gonna go crazy. I don't know if I'm gonna provide timestamps, to be honest. I don't feel like doing that. I might do that later, though. Gonna skip Mirage. I don't know enough about her to say anything. Same thing with Necros, but if you want to know anything about Necros, go talk to Stabs. He's a good friend of the channel and he knows quite a bit. Same thing with Nezha, kind of. Yeah, you know, I'll talk about him a little bit. Actually, think about it now. I played him quite a bit in the past. So, a lot of people say he's kind of the worst Remnant, and to an extent, they're kind of right. Necros DOD minus multiple mandatory augments, mandatory casting speed shards, Ethereum set, shadow build, and with the maximum investment, you're not going to be the top of the tier list. Okay. Oh yeah, I've seen Dark vs. Nezha Ruben. I've done it before. But his 1 gives a speed bonus, cleanse status, and sets enemies on fire. Pretty solid. His 2, Blazing Chakram, sends it over, and you can press it again while it's in mid-flight to teleport. Pretty good for teleportation purposes. While doing okay damage, especially if you can get a heat inherent build going. His 3 makes it so that the damage you take, kind of like Iron Skin, will give you basically like a DR modifier, kind of. I don't remember how it exactly works, but it's kind of like Iron Skin. Let's unpause the AI. Here we go. So yeah, I'm taking damage. I'm still taking damage, but now the meter is going down. And then the 4 skewers all the enemies up. I believe if you kill them, they have a chance of dropping a health orb. Yeah, like that. There it is. And if you use the augment for the 4, it spreads status effects. There it goes, that. There it goes. Pretty good. Like, he's just very... I wouldn't say he's basic in the sense of, like, oh, he's, like, nothing. But he feels really streamlined. Not to mention you can get him from the Tenno Dojo, so he's, like, easy to get a hold of. And he kind of just does the job of being, like, not a worse Revenant, but, like, a different kind of Revenant pretty well, I would say. Like, he tanks, has good crowd control in the 4. And Blazing Chakra is really good for mobility and power. Hello, Nimble. How you doing? If you want to know more about Nezha, highly recommend a friend of mine, Tora. He's also in the Discord. But in terms of effort to get, he's pretty solid. Sheer power is debatable. To be honest, the passive just puts me off personally. Low friction. Low friction is pretty helpful, I'd say. Allows you to slide. I was enlightened when my friend Nezha told me he cleanses statuses with his 1. Yeah. Like, in terms of sheer utility, he's pretty damn good. Like, as far as utility goes, he's definitely up there. It's just that, like Limbo and other frames, he's a weapons platform, and he doesn't really have a way of boosting his damage in the way other weapon platform frames kind of do. Not to mention, his playstyle is kind of basic, and although... Let me see, how many Forma do I have of him on the Prime? Yeah, I have no Forma, so he's pretty cheap to make. Like, in terms of minimal effort while being very powerful, relatively speaking, I would also honestly put Nezha in S tier, too. Like, he's pretty easy to get a hold of because he's from the dojo. So long as you can get into a dojo, you're good. Doesn't need a whole lot to be good, especially if you get the Prime. Like, doesn't need many mods because Nezha already has everything baked into his kit to really get him going. Can tank pretty well. Has really good mobility. He's overall just really good. Wouldn't say in terms of sheer power he's incredible. Like, I'd probably technically put him near B tier. But, that stuff is all outweighed by the fact that he's just really cheap to build, really cheap to get, like, really easy to get. So that kind of outweighs it. Like, he's just good. Nidus. So Nidus is also a bit of a weird one. His kit flows together pretty well, where his 1 is designed around getting the stacks. And also it gains more damage per stack. As you can see, the damage is going up. His 2 groups enemies together, so you can easily get Stomp going. Okay, I need energy, fuck. Go. Can easily build up. He put an ugly cyst on my frame. Nidus can tank really easily because of this and build up a lot of damage with the 1. So you can do this. And technically nuke with your 1 if you wanted to. If you had enough strength. As well as an armor strip if you can get it. But that's pretty easy through companions if need be. His 3, let's turn on the AI. His 3 in combination with other mods and tanking redirects damage, and he also has the augment that I'm using that gives you health. He gives power strength to allies if you do this. And then his 4, his carpet, gives him health regen and spreads the maggots around. If the maggots latch onto enemies, and you hit them with the 1, they explode. Doing that. Yeah, his carpet doesn't scale with range, which is really annoying. His 1 does, which I think is kind of meant to be the point where, like, it takes a long time to return. So it's, like, not annoying to use, but you're not super overpowered. It could be changed, so it's not that big of a deal. And he's honestly just really good at tanking. Like, in terms of tanking, especially because of his passive. Let me remove, yeah, that, and just let myself get killed. If I can. There we go. Because of his passive with the stacks, I basically don't die. And he also has the augment that I don't think I'm using here, where you gain increased crit chance on your primary weapon. And it's a modded increase. If you hit 4 enemies with your 1. Which is also really helpful. Oh no, I am using it. Nice. And that also scales with power strength for that augment. Like, as a weapons platform, and just a tank, he's really good. He basically can't die, is the thing. Like, his whole gimmick is that he stays in one place and can't die. The problem is that not only can that turn off a lot of people because you're staying in one spot, but truth be told, he just can't nuke that well because, like with Limbo, for example, right? He can build up a lot of damage, but he has a lot of tools to bring enemies to him and manipulate enemy density in his favor. Nidus, unfortunately, doesn't have that, which is a big problem, minus the larva. And you can't recast larva while it's active, so you kind of don't want to build for duration. And although he can't die, and can tank really well, he's still health tanking, so even though he won't necessarily be dying too much at level cap, or like scaling into higher content, it can become a problem because you're basically proccing the passive all the time. Not to mention, the problem as well with this kind of thing is that because he's a very stationary frame, he runs into the problem of he doesn't want to be mobile. So because of that, if he's on the move, he's much weaker as well because of the cord, his parasitic link. So sometimes it's so difficult to get going as being higher. Yeah, kind of, Bullgator. Not to mention the effort to get him is ridiculous. Like his farm is ludicrous because it's from infested salvage. And he's been vaulted for a while now. And I believe he was around recently, if I remember correctly, but even then, he's still quite a high effort. Like, on this specific build, let me show you this. I'm on the Prime, I still have 5 Forma in him. Now, to be fair, it's because I like him, and he really likes the Umbral set. But he still requires specific mod setups like Adrenaline, he wants Blessing and Guardian, he wants high strength. The Strain set also works on him somewhat. Like, Nidus... Man, Nidus needs an armor strip. I think he kind of does somewhere at this point. Like, don't get me wrong. In terms of sheer power, he's definitely up there. Like, he's really good in terms of sheer power and just his ability to just negate death. But he takes so long to get. And on top of that, he needs so much Forma and so many mods to make him good. Like, he's the exact opposite of a lot of other frames. Just built in different... That could be fair flesh that hates. Like, obviously there's different ways, but, like, he's very much designed to stay in one spot, is the thing. I like running Nidus using his passive as his main force of ability with Ravenous. Allows you to be a lot more mobile. That's true to an heck, but that also comes into the other problem, is that he wants DR, right? Or damage reduction sources, with his best one being Link. And because of that, he can't really be super mobile because of its limited range. And if you build for higher range, the 1 suffers because it takes longer to return. And all the other stuff. And the fact that his 4 doesn't scale with range is really strange to me. Like, in terms of investment, I would actually say he's honestly one of the worst in the game in terms of investment, because it's like, he just needs so much and he takes so long to get. And although very powerful, it doesn't really show itself until you've like invested quite a bit into him. Which is sad, because I do really, really like Nidus quite a lot. Like, he's honestly one of my favorite frames to play off and on every once in a while. Not only that, he needs a lot of quality of life, I would say. Like, I don't think he's in a dire state like other frames, or like as a lot of people like to say he is. But he does suffer from just being kind of old, not having much done with him. Excuse me. And, more importantly, he just requires way too much of you, I would say. On the upside, though, he is pretty straightforward in terms of synergy, so it's not a big deal, but it's just sad to see where he is right now in the game. Very powerful frame, just too much going that goes on to get him. So I would say in terms of effort to performance and like his overall power, I think he's a C. Like, he can tank, and he's really good at tanking, and he's pretty decent at crowd control and stuff, and power, especially with the augments. But he just needs so much to get going, it's ridiculous. Not to mention, he can take a long time to get going in actual missions due to the stack system. So because of that, you're kind of limited to specific missions to really take full advantage of him. Powerful frame, just way too much needed. I played Nova a long time ago, years ago, but I don't remember almost anything about her, so we're skipping her. Nyx. Let's talk about Nyx. So Nyx is pretty easy to get a hold of. She's from the dojo. And her kit basically looks like this. Mind control an enemy. Build up its damage. Let me unpause the AI real quick. Really good armor strip from her 2. Can only stay on a specific number of enemies at a time. Or no, it's not enemy capture anymore, that's right. But it's still pretty decent. The mind control target takes aggro off. It can do its own damage pretty good if you have a high enough damage buff on it. Chaos. Turns all the enemies against her, so she's easier to tank that way. Because the crowd control keeps the enemies off of her, instead of them going for you. Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, Infested Invasion Assassination, which, to be fair, is still pretty easy to get. When it does show up, it's just time-gated. And then the 4 builds up damage that you take. I have the augment on so I can move around, because I like it. Adam's just sending me Nyx fashions and shit. And then I can release it when needed. Like, she's just a really comfy frame. Like, she doesn't need a whole lot. Like, she has crowd control survivability built into her kit. Decent damage buffing. Loki's lost sister. Decent damage through weapons. Her abilities don't really do damage minus the 4, which can take a while to build up, but it's not that big of a deal. She can be acquired relatively easy from the forward fight, as long as the invasion shows up, but that really hinges on getting her. She's really easy to build for, especially if you want to use tools like Universal Fallout, which is what I'm using here, which can be pretty expensive, but it's not the craziest, like you don't need it. You really just need a decent energy source, which can be pretty easy with Equilibrium or something. Kills. She's pretty easy to understand, I would say. You use the 1 for damage / crowd control. Use the 2 to armor / defense strip. Use the 3 to turn enemies against each other for crowd control. And then the 4 to nuke. Really straightforward. Very, very powerful. Easy to build. Let me see, how many Forma do I got? I got 1 Forma on this Prime version of her. Oh yeah, I forgot that I had Reconstruct on for the Archimedia. Doesn't need a whole lot of strength. Doesn't really need range. Needs efficiency though, I would say, if you're using the 4 augment, but otherwise not super necessary. Doesn't need a crazy amount of duration either. Let me refill. Sorry, let me drink my water. Oh. I have been talking for so long, goddamn it. Overall, I would say solid A tier. Like, in terms of effort to power, she's really easy to do. Doesn't need a whole lot from you. You just need to either brave the forward fight or farm for her relic / buy her from Railjack. We're not done yet? Yep, AO stretch. For real. But yeah, it's overall solid A tier. Like, in terms of power to how easy she is to build, how much investment you need, and getting her, very good. Like, honestly, one of the easiest frames to build for, I would say. Like, she does not need a crazy amount. Oberon. Alright, let's spawn this. Nope. We get energy. One, spreads these around. I know that if you build for negative duration and range, you can duke enemies with it, like single target enemies, because it does scale with enemy max HP, but that's iffy. Carpet requires a lot of range, so hit full 360-degree coverage, which can be a problem, but does cleanse stats effects and spread radiation. His 3 gives armor, and with the augment can revive you, as well as health regen. Yeah, it is. Like, I know that this one's gonna be outdated in like a week, but I'll still talk about it. And then the 4, while they're on the carpet, you can armor ship them at 200% strength. Oberon is not good. He is very, very, very outdated. Like, if you want to make his 4 work, you kind of need Precision Intensified, but the problem is he really wants Hollow Reckoning. Smite Infusion can be used, but not amazing. He needs a lot of energy because he's going to be eating it up like crazy because of the 3 and spamming of the 2 and possibly the 1 as well as the 4 with the 2. He needs so much range. Like, for some reason, the base range of Hollowed Ground is 180-degree angle, right? But with the way it scales, you need 235% range to be able to hit full 360 coverage. Like, I don't know why that is, but that is so weird. And then you need Universal Fallout for energy. Like, no joke, you need this. Like, you need this if you want to keep his energy up. And then because he's a health frame, health ticket / armor, and he's not even that good at it, he just does not tank that well. Especially if you don't have enough strength. Now, his augment for revival is cool, but it has a 90-second cooldown. Let me bust it out. Phoenix Renewal here, which is ridiculous. And his passive is just not great. And the fact that he needs enemies to be on his carpet to armor strip. I love my goat, but Universal Fallout feels like a band-aid. Yeah, it really is. Like, everything that this guy can do, unironically, I think Corvex does it better. Like, oh my god. And it's sad because I like Oberon. Like, I really like him. Like, I love his concept, but goddamn. That energy tanking setup. Technically, yes, Twin Heck, but even then, it's still not good. Because that's more mod slots. Like, the problem is, Oberon just needs so many mods, so many stats, to become good. And even then, he falls behind like crazy. And then there's the fact that he has a ridiculous amount of effort to get. Like, you have to get him in Railjack. And to invest into him. Like, this is Prime. I have 2 Formas in here. Realistically, I should have 3. And this is on the Prime. Like, the base version is even worse. He's in a bad place ever since Overgrown, and wanting another mod slot has always... Yeah, he just needs so much. Oh my god, my throat. Like, he just needs so much to work, and even then... Yeah, outdated numbers. He just has all these interactions that should be made more smooth. Fix the scaling on this. Better scaling for this, preferably. Change this to DR rather than armor, if they can. Put the Health Lord / armor ship thing on here and make this do something else. I want a Necros rework, same. But yeah, like, when it comes to Oberon, like, he needs so much to work. Universal Fallout is basically mandatory on him. He takes too long to get, like... And he's just not that powerful. Like, can he tank current content? Yes, but he just doesn't scale that well beyond that point, and he just has so many weird synergies that need to be changed. He does provide some good stuff, though, like the status cleanse, which is really nice. But... I would say, at least until we see what the rework is in a week, Oberon, in all honesty, is D tier. Like, he's F tier in terms of acquisition, F tier in terms of, like, the stuff that he needs, because he's actually missing a mod slot. Like, he needs an extra mod slot or 2 to do what he needs to do, which he can't, obviously. And, more importantly, he's just not that powerful in comparison to the rest of the roster. I don't want to. Decouple Hollow Ground from his armor and armor ship from Newell and Reckoning. I have lots. I mean, you can say them at him if you want to. Like, yes, these are my opinions. Remember that. This is an objective. This is just how I see it. It's just that he's just D tier right now, unironically, because it's just too much effort to get, too much stuff that he needs, and even when you do get all that stuff going, he's just not amazing. It's a long time coming. Hell yeah. I just played Necros as a summoner using an Aros helmet and the duplex ball to fill the screen with my minions. That's fair. Like, he's just in a sad spot, which is why I really hope the rework is good. Because I want him to be good, is the thing. Like, I want Oberon to be good. Like, fix his scalings, merge some things into other abilities, add new things to some abilities, and he would be incredible. But right now... too much for too little is the problem with him. He just needs way too much for very little gain. Octavia. We want the goat unwashed. Octavia is just... I'll have to get used to doing this. Yeah. But, let me, oh my god, I'm screwing this up so bad. Yeah, you basically just... You just teabag the ground and you're good. Oh, oh! Wow. Yeah, they're dying. Nope. Yep. There we go. Yeah, she doesn't even need mods. Like, she can play modless if she wants to. Like, yeah, easy S tier. She's like the last quest frame. Khan's broken finger. Yeah, Blix. Basically. Like, Octavia just needs a little... Like, her only real effort is actually getting her because her base farm is annoying and the prime is vaulted. But she doesn't need mods to work. You just need to know some of her mechanics. And just her 1 and 3 alone will allow you to solo the star chart. Like, no question. Like, she's... I'd say she's more like S-. Ooh, mood drone. Okay. YD gave Octavia every buff known to man, but then trivialized the support aspect of giving her a play the game for me button. Yeah. Yeah, just don't even need to talk about this that much. She's just S- at worst, S+ at best. Very little effort to build. Very powerful by herself with her base kit and how her abilities scale. Only problem is getting her, but even then, it's not the worst thing. No question. Corvex. Corvex. Oh, wait, let me get some energy. Yeah, the enemy at sea went down. Unironically, Corvex is kind of underrated. Like, he's not the best thing in the world. And he certainly has its issues. Damage vulnerability with the wall. And it brings enemies into a straight line like that. His augment allows you to move around, but scales with the number of radiation procs that are on the enemy. His 1 spreads radiation, slows enemies down with pulses. And his 3 gives you status immunity. The problem, though... Oh, I got a message from somebody. Aku messaged me in the Discord. Corvex, in terms of design, I don't think is terrible. Yeah, he's still decent without the augment. Like, the problem... Corvex has quite a few problems, I would say. One is that he doesn't have invincibility frames on his 1, his 2, his 3, and only on his 4. His 1 isn't affected by casting speed. So you're stuck like this. His 2, same thing. As far as I could tell. His 3, although good, could probably be better as like a base passive. Because most players are already going to have some form of status immunity anyway when they're playing. And the 4 is very powerful. But requires you to have high enemy density to work. Let me do this. So like this. And this is with armor, by the way, and these guys are resistant to radiation. Because the amount of explosions that you get scales with the amount of radiation procs that the enemy has. So there's all these little explosions going on, basically. The problem is... See the picture, I'm happy? Hell yeah. I saw it, Aku. The problem with Corvex, though, is, 1, he's late game, because he's found in Whispers in the Walls content. He can be a bit of a chore to get. His ability scaling, although incredibly strong where we currently play will fall off significantly when you get into higher levels. His 2 is fine as a grouping tool, but his abilities suffer from the fact that A, no iframes except for on the 4, and B, his 2 puts him in a straight line when realistically wants him in a sphere. His 3 only gives status immunity when I feel like it should be doing something else as well, not just that. Also need to be primed because the explosion scales off status. Yeah, it does, Twin Heck. Radiation status in general just isn't that good either. Like, it's alright, but not the best thing in the world. And more importantly, his kit is just very, I wouldn't say bare bones, but it doesn't feel like it's doing enough. Like with Lavos, for example, right? He's laser focused on his 4. The problem is that he doesn't have a mechanic that allows it to scale that well. Like, he just doesn't have that kind of scaling. And not to mention, just to do what I was doing, I needed, let me show, Universal Fallout for energy. I need a lot of duration, and most importantly, a lot of Forma. Like, I have 6 Forma in this build just to get him working. And his augment. And then on top of that, health tanking isn't the greatest. Which, all in all, just creates a pretty big problem with him. His Q should be a cone that does it. Yeah, I think so too. I would say overall, in terms of power, Corvex is like B. Like, he's alright, like, he's not terrible. It's just that in terms of acquisition and building him, he's just really down in a bad place right now. So I would say, if you like playing him, that's the most important thing, but I would say overall, I'd say Corvex is like C-. Like, he needs, it takes a while to get him, he needs too much to work, and even when he does work, it's only going to work for the current content. And the moment you get beyond like level 4 to 500, which is where the Archimedias are, it will fall off significantly. Like, he's going to fall off really hard. Which is depressing, because I do like his concept, and I do find him fun. It's just that I feel like pretty soon he's going to need a rework. His passive also has a bug with the Silent Hellfire, which is my new favorite secondary. Ooh, alright. Revenant. Wait, what's the other frame that's next to that? Oh, Rhino. We're pretty close to the end, though, which is nice. Alright, Revenant. There you go. I'm just kidding. Okay, so let me be real. Let me spawn enemies this time. So Mesmer's skin is obviously the one people think about. While in the state, you get invincibility charges. They each have a small delay before the next one can get used. He also has his thralls, which act as crowd control and get aggro off of you. That way you don't have to lose as many of the charges. And if a enemy hits you while Mesmer Skin is on, they get stunned, and you can thrall them for free. His 3 does almost no damage to regular enemies, but against thralled units does increased damage, like that. And then his 4, I do have Sickening Pulse on top, but it's his ballerina dance. Let me get it out. Yeah, Dance Macabre. And because of how easy it is to build, because his 4 doesn't scale with range, it has a fixed radius, you can pretty easily do this, and then do this, if you want to. It's not going to do crazy damage, but if you can get armor ship somewhere, he'll start doing something. Revenant's con's boring. Yeah. Like, the thing with Revenant is that people tend to sleep on the fact that he does actually have an interesting kit below it that's centered on mind-controlling enemies, thralling through them like this, or reaving through them like this, leaving pillars to mind-control more units to create lesser thralls. And spreading these around. Crowd controlling the area while being invincible and doing damage. Especially if he uses 4. And if you hold down the trigger, you ramp it up. And you can also revolve in it. Like, in all honesty, I know I shit on this guy quite a bit. But he's honestly not bad. Like, there is some credit to be had with this guy. Oh god, he'd send me a Revenant Prime Fashion. I'll check that in a bit. Down my throat again. Like, there is reason to have his power. But the thing is that even with this cool stuff underneath, if you don't use the kit, he is basically just a tank. Like, he doesn't do anything else. Why do I... Oh, I have Disometric Guard on still. I just realized. Hey, Luna. The reason I hate him. I have to give him credit. Like, I would say in terms of sheer utility and power, he's kind of closer to, like, a B, I would say. Like, all he has is the immortality, and then the rest of his kit, although kind of interesting with the mind control and the damage synergies, doesn't do a crazy amount. Like, it's good for clearing specific groups out, basically. And in terms of effort, that's actually where he starts to have a problem. Like, before he was pretty easy to get because he had his prime, but I believe he's vaulted now, if I remember correctly, or he's about to be vaulted. So after that point, you'll have to shell out Platinum, in which case he'll rise in price because he's the most popular frame, you know? And then on top of that, his normal form can only be acquired through the quests / doing the bounties for the parts. Well, that's not exactly what he is, Twin Heck. He's actually a ghoul, is what Revenant is. Revenant's like a ghoul, of which he actually does the job pretty decently. In terms of actual effort to building him, he doesn't need anything. The problem is he nullifies the challenge with the one button, and because of that, it's far too popular, so everyone gets told to get him, and then they don't play any other frames. Yeah, that's the other problem, too, is that you can pigeonhole people into playing something he doesn't like, that people won't want to play anymore. Because they think that Revenant's all Warframe is. His dev name was Vlad. He's a Revenant. He's a vampire. His kit's fine, it's unfortunate his 2 outshines his kit. Yeah, that's the other problem, is that there's even synergies to get stacks back through what I was just doing. It's just that nobody does it. And you can even spread the stacks to your allies through Reeve when you do that too. Like, it's just kind of unfortunate that his 2 kind of outshines the rest of his kit, and it creates like an anti-synergistic design. Like, in terms of sheer utility and like his ability to be powerful, he's kind of decent. It's just that he doesn't really do anything else. Like, he kind of suffers from success, funnily enough. Like, if we're talking about actual effort to power, he's kind of just there. Like, he's fine. Like, I'd say he's a solid B tier in that regards, because he's powerful without doing much else. The problem is that getting him is going to be a pain. By D giving him the augment, he makes healers obsolete. Kind of, yeah. That's under the assumption that he shows up. And on the side note, if you bring just him, you're not really doing much. EU bounties? Yeah, Luna. He's like the vampire from Sinners because of his thralls, not Nosferatu. Yeah. Like, I would say in terms of power to effort, I would say B-. Like, he does something, and he's really good at being a tank, but he doesn't really do a whole lot else, and in terms of actually getting him, can be a pain in the ass. Especially because the prime's either vaulted or about to be vaulted, one of the two. Alright, let me see. I am personally going to skip over Rhino, because even though I know a bit about him, I don't feel qualified to talk about him. So I'd recommend going to the creator Animalistic if you want to know more about Rhino. But I will say he is good from the little that I have played. Sarah. Like right now, Revenant doesn't have a passive. Yeah. He basically doesn't have a passive. Yeah, that's true. Rhino S, Rhino S, Rhino S. Alright, so Sarah. Let me put on Prime Continuity. Her 1 spreads the spores and is what primarily does most of the damage. Because the damage ramps up over time the longer it's on the enemy. Your 2 creates mold. Gives you a speed bonus, does toxin damage, as well as drawing a little bit of aggro. Nothing crazy. 3 Toxic Lash, free toxin, scaled with mods, very powerful. Especially with Contagion Cloud that I have on. And the 4 Miasma. Spreads viral, and if enemies die with spores on, and you hit them with this, it will spread the spores instead of having to hit the spores that are growing on the enemy with the spore. Or with the visual spore on them. Let's pause AI and then unpause it. So 1, this. Spores are spreading. Cast that. Pretty alright. The spores themselves don't do crazy damage because they have to ramp up. Which can take a bit, but in terms of an actual gun platform, she's really solid. Yeah, Julia, I'm sorry. I don't know anything about Protea. I forgot about her, not gonna lie. like, don't get me wrong, I know quite a bit about her, but I don't feel qualified to discuss her. So, we're not gonna discuss her. The problem with Saren, though, and I'm going to demonstrate this here, is that she can't tank for shit. It basically has to rely on her 1. Oh, yeah, like that. Did you do Korra for... No, I don't know anything much about Korra either, Luna. I'm sorry. Like I said in the beginning of this tier list, I'm only talking about frames I've personally played and know enough about, or I feel like I can talk about them. Yeah, you want to use spores, or use her 2 to draw aggro, and then the spores to try and kill them like this. And you can't stun them with the 4. There we go. Humida is already a plus. Yeah. Like I said, I'm only going to talk about frames I feel like qualified to talk about. Like if I've played them enough. Like I have played Protea in the past, but I haven't played her enough where I feel like I can talk about her. That's the problem. Although I feel like I might have pissed off Cart by mistake by talking about Dante. Even though I still put him in S. If you need a second player in your mod. Yeah, sorry Mario, I'm not going to be doing that. Like, I'm just going to be here in the sim, basically. But yeah, this is the problem with Saren that I feel like I feel like creators are trying to hide about. She is very powerful, but she can't tank whatsoever, which is why the most popular sub-zoom on her is Gloom. And I find that painfully ironic that they say, oh, crowd control's dead, crowd control's terrible. I'm like, motherfucker, you're using Gloom. You're using Gloom to slow them down and heal. You can't look at me at the eye and say that. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, shooting the spores spreads them. It's diminished in turret, so I wouldn't be surprised. There goes the damage ramp up. We're just gonna let it, you know what, we're gonna let the spores do their thing for a little bit. Their excuse is always gonna be that they use it for the damage vulnerability. There is no damage vulnerability on Gloom. That's the funniest part. Like, yeah, this whole argument, and this is why I've always disliked Sarah, and it's like, yes, she spreads this around, but if you're not careful, she cannot tank for shit. And damage doesn't always work. In terms of actual kit design, though, I really like her. Like, I think conceptually her kit is great, minus the 2 being a little ass. Rolling Guard Simulator, literally. And yeah, that's the other problem. She kind of has to rely specifically on mods to do what she needs to do, which can be a problem. Not to mention, if too many enemies die too fast while spores are on them, the spores, like we just saw there, will count back down again, which is a problem. Now, in terms of actual damage, with her 3, she's pretty damn good. But that's assuming you can be alive long enough for it to work. Not to mention, you have to get her from Rusalka, so she's pretty... Not Rusalka, sorry, Oh yeah, no, it is Major Rusalka, that's right. Or... Wait, what's her name on Sedna? Yeah, Kayla. Yeah, I forgot her name somehow. Kayla Dethame. Yeah, you have to get it from Kayla Dethame, so she's pretty deep into the game. She's vaulted as well, so that's a problem. And in terms of actual builds, especially with the Prime, you still need around 2 to 3 Forma to get her going. That's new to me. Can't Lucy did pussy. It usually don't get hit, but that just won't apply. Yeah, it doesn't, Ruby. That's the other problem too. It's like, oh, the whole don't get hit argument almost never works. At least in Limbo's case, I literally don't get hit. But I would say she is very powerful in terms of sheer strength. I feel like she just suffers from the problem of she is very much a glass cannon. Like, she's very strong, so long as you don't die or get hit that much, which isn't always gonna work. Like, if the 2 was more consistent and had better aggro, it'd be a different story, but because it isn't, it just doesn't work. Like, the concept, at least in my opinion, just kind of falls apart. Zavala 2, like the D2 character? Yeah, I believe so. So in terms of sheer power, she's definitely up there. Like, in terms of damage potential and utility, she's up there, like, S. But in terms of effort to get her and build variety, like, effort to get her is definitely really, really bad. Like, I'd say a D. Effort to build for is also kind of specific, because it's like, she really wants, like, other Warframe abilities, like Gloom, to really function. Which is a lot of effort to do, especially for... Excuse me, especially for Sevagoth. So, overall, although her kit's kind of cool and powerful, she just needs too much to get to her and like, build her. So I'd say, personally, she's like a B-. Like, definitely powerful, it could definitely work, but I just feel like she kind of suffers from similar stuff to Corvix, where she kind of needs a lot to be good. Especially because she kind of needs a sub-zoom, which is really annoying. Sevagoth. This is my base Sevagoth, but for this we're going to switch back to the Prime. Now that the Prime exists, because it's much cheaper. 2 Forma and base Sevagoth. 1 Forma on the Prime, and 3 Formas on the Claws. You also stream on Twitch? Sorry, no I don't, Blue Willow J. No one can get me to build Sevagoth Railjack. Sevagoth is definitely one of the most interesting frames we have. Like, he has 2 different builds, or characters. A caster, / gun buffer, and a melee. So the one spreads the ghosts around and marks them with a damage vulnerability. The 2 makes it so we use the 1 together, does an AoE explosion, scaling with max HP. Yeah, no problem. Josh, I should build him at some point. Got the Prime sitting on the inventory, taking a slot for nothing at the moment. His 3 Gloom, one of the best crowd controls and healing abilities in the game. And then, let's switch over. Or add more enemies. And then we have... Oh. That's right. Now we're in Shadow. Shadow has a grouping tool. Oh. Yeah, I'm out of energy. Fuck. Can do this. And his 3, although I can't show it here, also applies the same debuff that the 1 does. You have 1,000 plus hours on Sevagoth base. Like, Sevagoth's kit, especially the Shadow, just flows really well together. Nuking / damage buffing with the 1. The Shadow gets Gloom and is able to survive while doing that. Has pretty good mobility with the 2. And buffing with the 3. Like that. The ability to have a scaling nuke with a very strong melee focus setup on the Shadow. Sevagoth is unironically one of the best DPSs in the game. Cool, so you use the augment? I do, yeah, I do enjoy using it. Like, even before he got the augments, I was a big fan of Sevagoth. The augments made it even more interesting for him. His farm is so much easier now because you can get the Prime, but the base farm is ass, so that's important. To build him now is much easier. Like, all you need, really, minus the claws, you just need 1 to 2 formas on both modes. Have shield recharge delay with duration and a little bit of range and maybe Prime Flow and some form of shield gate and you're set. Shadow, same thing. You can build for shield gate if you want to, like I'm doing here. Or no, this is the quick thinking build. And then the claws are just ridiculously overpowered, especially with melee vortex. I currently need a couple mods so I have room for the augment. The loop isn't quite the same. That's fair. Like, Sevagoth is unironically one of the strongest frames in the game. The effort to build him can be iffy depending on what you do. If it's base Sevagoth, easy F tier for that. But if it's Prime, it's more like a B. And then the effort to acquire him, same situation. Like, he can be really annoying to grind for. So I would say, overall, in terms of power to effort, probably around A-. Like, he is very strong. He just requires, depending on which one, obviously, a lot to get going. And more importantly, he just has a lot that he needs, depending on which one it is. And he does need specific combos and setups to be good. But otherwise, very powerful and very good with somewhat minimal effort. I have not played enough of Cynex, so I'm going to leave him alone as well. Titania, sadly, the same thing. Like, I'm very rusty with her, so I'm not going to talk about her. Trinity, however, is what I will talk about. Oh, I need mods. Fuck. give it some... I think I need secrets, right? Yeah. Let me put on... Yeah, let's do Eruption. Why not? This is kind of a random build. This isn't like the build kind of thing. So Trinity's really neat. If I die while in the radius of the one... Oh, there's Aegis. Aegis went off. Oh my god, it went off again. Can't demonstrate, but basically, if I die while in the radius of this, I get revived. I forgot that. Oh, wait. I put, whatchamacallit over the one, over the two, I think. Yeah, that. Let's do base build. Yeah, Vampiric Grasp or whatever it is. Or Energy Vampire. Energy Vampire. Let's do that. Let's redo this. Here we go. So, Well of Life for the one. Basically means I get revived. Energy Vampire. Makes it so I get energy back. And then with the 3, DR. Oh. Whoops. My bad, I am super rusty with her. And then with the 4, it's basically an instant health and shield refresh. So, watch it go down. Allowing you to basically gate with the 4. I also know that because of her DR and the way it stacks, she can take at level cap. Especially with the 1. Energy Vampire is also just really nice. Free energy. Like that. Boy, thank you for being part of the frame-specific deep dive trend recently, at least that in my algorithm. Well, you're welcome. You're good. But yeah, I would say overall, if we're talking about tanking properties, Trinity, in my opinion, honestly, because she kind of does a bit more, is better than Revenant. Like, the way she tanks and can do things is just so much better. It feels much more complete. The problem, however, is that she's not a tank. She was designed to be a support. And is unfortunately pretty outclassed these days. Because, especially in comparison to Jade, there's just nothing on her, sadly. In terms of power. If we're comparing the two. Like, if we look at her purely from what she currently does and how well she tanks, she's honestly pretty solid. Like, really good. Her abilities flow really well together. She has a lot of ways to cheat death and not have to worry about death, which is really cool. She can support the team through free shields and health and stuff, which is also really cool. To make Trinity abilities feel better. Casting speed, I would say. Like, I don't have it on this build, I don't think, but casting speed should help. If you want to know more, she looks like a D&D cleric. Yeah, Blix. On a side note, Blix is like the Trinity main here. Like, he knows way more about her than I ever will be able to know. And then there's the other problem, getting her. She is found by killing the Umbulus on Pluto, which is really annoying. And her Prime is vaulted, which is also really annoying. Effort to build, however, is not particularly crazy, because she already has all the survivability she needs in her base kit. You just have to be smart when playing her. You only need 1 yellow shard for good casting speed. Yeah, she does not require a whole lot of effort at all to get herself going. And even though she kind of fails as a support, she's still really good as a tank. It's just that getting her and then playing with her can be a problem. So in terms of sheer power to the amount 3k Cryotic on her Prime Rip. Yeah, that too, yeah. A lot of resources to build her. Like, she is good at what she does. It's just that she kind of gets outclassed. 9k cryotic, goddamn. She kind of just gets outclassed is the problem, but if you look at her purely from what she currently does and the amount of effort she needs to do it, she's still really solid. It's just that she's locked behind a pretty ridiculous grind, especially for the Prime. And in terms of what she does, there are other friends that sadly can do it a bit better, but she's still really good at what she does. So I'd say in terms of power to effort, especially in terms of getting her, she's probably sitting around B, I would say. Like, she's solid at what she does with minimal effort. She just has a pretty ridiculous grind, I would say, personally. But she's still good. Like, don't detract that from her. She's still good. Valkyrie I have not played, so I'm not going to bother with her. Vauban, similar thing. If you want to know more about Vauban, go check out Professor Dystopia. He is the Vauban guy, and he is incredible. Volt, similar problem. He was my first frame, and he is really easy to get, but I don't know anything about him, or at least enough about him to really rank him. So I'm not going to discuss him. But if you do want to know more, there is a smaller creator out there named Peach, or sorry, Future Funk. That's their YouTube name. They know about Volt. I would recommend going to them. Voruna, same thing. I just don't know enough. Wisp, same thing. Sadly. Zaku, however, I do know quite a bit about. For I used to main them. A long time ago, until they started putting me to sleep. Okay. Let's pause the AI for now. So the one... Oh, whoops, the... Ah, fuck. You know what? Nah, I'll just keep it. So the one I have mind control on, but the one is Zada's Whisper. You guys know what it does. It's void damage. Nothing special. The two, however, is where things get interesting. You disarm enemies in range, and you get phantom guns. These guns scale with the enemy's max level / damage from the gun. So scaling damage. The 3 is interesting. 1 is a mind control. If it'll work. Oh. Fuck. Okay. There we go. So I have to wait for the duration to expire. So you can mind control the enemies in range. And then, with enough energy, I can rotate and armor strip. And this is a defense strip. It removes pretty much all armor, minus some of it here because I don't have max strength. I'm about to die again. And then the 3 is like nothing pretty great. It's just that. It also levitates enemies, so that's also kind of decent. The 4, however, is where things get most important. I get increased evasion, and it freezes the duration of all my other powers. Mind control, there we go. Skeletor. Volt the speed buff for kitties. Oh yeah, it also provides a slow too. But yeah, Zaku's a weird one. In terms of effort, especially in the base form, absolutely ridiculous. But I was already doing quite a bit with just these few mods, which is really nice. Have you tried like 400% ability strength Zaku? Yeah, I've seen it, where you can freeze the entire map. Remember, Turbios made a video on it. Here's my build, this is America. But yeah, you kind of need, at least on base Zaku, a lot of forma. Don't know about the Prime, because I haven't gotten them yet, but I would assume it'd be lower and easier to get because they're available now. Zala's Whisper is a good damage buff. Grasp of Lock, really good for disarming and DPS. The Lost, really underrated set of abilities. I'm kind of surprised people don't use them more. And then the Vast Sudden Time, obviously, is like the cream of the crop of the whole kit, like the best part of it. Freezes all ability durations, except subzooms. Really coherent kit, and technically doesn't need mods in a sense because it has scaling damage with the guns. And easy armor strip and stuff. I know who is next up. Yeah, you really... The problem is that in terms of effort, like, yes, the Prime exists, but if you want the normal one, especially for Zada's Whisper, it is one of the worst grinds in the game, in my opinion, because you need to level up to rank 5 with Fortuna, rank 3 with the family, and then also rank 2 or 3 with Cetus. Because all the materials are spread across all the open worlds, and the one for Fortuna specifically is only unlockable after you reach rank 5. On top of that, the grind from Deimos to get the parts can be a little annoying. And on top of that, especially in the case of the normal form, you need so much forma to get them going. But they are very, very powerful, though, is the thing. Like, the power to acquisition / ease of use / modding ratio and investment, I would say, is pretty fair, because they are very, very strong. It's just something to keep in mind. I usually subsume off the loss because I can't bring myself to get rid of the other ability. I mean, you don't even need to subzoom anything on Zaku. Like, Zaku is fine without subzooms. Like, Zaku is a very, very powerful frame, and I'm kind of surprised more people haven't realized how broken they are yet. Especially with that. I would say, overall, Zaku sits at, I'd say an A-. Like, with the Prime, it's easier to get and will be easier to build for. But on the normal form, from my experience with what I do, because I've farmed this fucker twice, is pretty fucking ridiculous, like, I'll admit. While still being very powerful and easy to build for. Like, you kind of just build for the 2, mostly. And that doesn't take a whole lot on the Prime, but still. I'm not surprised reading Zaku abilities is a bit of a puzzle. Yeah. Alright, we're on to the last 2, everybody, that I'll be reviewing / talking about. Yoreli! I am not qualified to talk. I'm just kidding. I have used to play Yoreli quite a bit back in the day. Like, I actually unironically really, really like her. I think she is very, very underrated. So her passive, let's get her out, makes it so, let me do this. While you move, you get a secondary critical chance bonus, this being modded. And so I have Heliablix. While moving, you get increased critical chance. And in the case of Yoreli, makes it pretty easy to hit orange crits on a lot of weapons. Her 1 is a crowd control ability that hoists enemies up and freezes them in place, but also adds a damage vulnerability. which is especially important in the case of her 2. Let me bust out more enemies real quick. Oh, wrong. Oh. Wrong power. I fucked that up so bad. But, let me do this. Marilina. Redirects damage to Marilina while on it, and you're relegated to your secondary. Pretty good, I would say. Like, when you get used to the movement, it can be pretty easy to dodge enemy attacks and stuff on this thing. Like, you're pretty fast on you, really, too. Or Marilina. For 3, make casting Riptide instead of Marilina for real, yeah. You have pretty decent movement, too. Then the 3 is where things get sad. Aqua Blades. Does slash procs. Does become a bit stronger with her 1. Overall, not the best ability. Now, I know that she has the augment that makes it somewhat good, where it's like ramping damage, right? And you throw the blades, but other than that, not amazing. For 4, however, is where things get pretty interesting. Groups enemies up. It will scale with the number of enemies you have for the explosion. Like that. And it's cold damage. Overall, pretty damn good. Like, she's easily able to crowd control and buff the hell out of her weapons with her 1 and her 4. Really good mobility with Marilina. Her 3, though, is kind of a free sub-zoom slot, I would say, though. Like, there's not really a reason to run Aqua Blades outside of the stun. Mag Bubble at home. Kind of. More of a Zephyr's 4 at home? Yeah, kind of. Really underrated gun platform, though. Like, honestly, I was kind of surprised more people didn't play her after she got her changes a few years ago. I did it again. Yeah, everything in her kit minus the Aqua Blades synergizes pretty well. Like, she just has a lot of easy ways to buff her weapons and has such good mobility through Marilina, so long as you're smart. And her crowd control is also just, like, pretty top-notch, I would say. Like, overall, in terms of kit design and stuff like that, like, she does need mods. Like, she does need some investment, like, let me get out my base Marilina mod. Like, she doesn't need a whole lot of Forma, but she does need, like, specific builds, really, to be good, because it's like, you can't rely just on Marilina for survivability. Because although the damage reduction is 90%, 90% isn't going to make a huge difference in some content or against certain enemies. Then there's also the fact that you need a little bit of range. Like, she kind of wants strength and range, for the most part, to make herself really good, with some way to tank, and preferably also some way to get energy back, if you can. But pair her with any good secondary, and she's definitely up there. Now, obviously, her prime's out, so she's much easier to get. Yeah, 2 DR sources minimum, yeah. Like, her, whatchamacallit? Her acquisition method is much, much easier these days, which is really nice because of the Prime. But if we were to talk about base Ureli, the fact that it's locked behind the Vent Kids quest, which in and of itself isn't that bad, but the fact that they also have to go to the Vent Kids at the dojo is also really fucking frustrating. In Armor Shard Ureli? I mean, you could send it Atlas if you want to. Not against it, but, overall, though, I would say she's really good. Like, people really, really sleep on her. The only problem is that even though she doesn't have a whole lot of investment, and she doesn't have like too many drawbacks in terms of acquisition and power. She can be pretty one-note, and she does restrict you to only being able to use secondaries most of the time. Which, if you don't mind that, that's fine, but that can be a problem for some people. So I would say overall, I'd give her an A. Like, she's honestly really underrated. Like, very strong, very good gun buffer, can do quite a bit. And she's just cool. Like, she plays really well, she's low investment, and she's just really freaking cool. Her build options are very wide, you can build her plenty of ways. Elements of war with cold. But, Luna, that relies on you having a sub-zoom, and like I said, sub-zooms cost more effort in that case. Alright, everybody. The last frame that I'm talking about today, because this is the last one I own and know enough about. The Mighty Zephyr. Well, what I'm talking about, Jay, is that she's laser focused on secondaries, especially while on Marilena. Zephyr's 1. You float and you move. Her 2. Groups enemies up. And it lingers. Hey, Shy, how you doing, my friend? I sadly, so Shy, if you saw the criteria for the stream at the beginning, I did put Banshee in B tier overall. I would say in terms of sheer power, and once you get past her hurdles, she's S tier. The problem is that she kind of needs a lot to flow together well, if that makes sense. At least in my opinion, obviously. Yeah, her 2, groups enemies up. Her 3, deflects all projectiles. And her 4, the highlight of her kit. Yeah. You know what? To show how stupid this is, actually. That's true, Shy. Also, how you been doing, by the way? Hope you're doing good. To show you how stupid Zephyr is, though. Wait, why? Oh. Oh, why is that on there? 1 second. I did not read what was there. Infinite damage tornadoes? Yeah. Group you up. Do that. While in the air, you get a crit chance bonus. And they're dead. Now, yes, the Prime is more annoying to get a hold of than her normal version. But the normal version, you just go to the dojo. Go to the dojo and you have her. And she is one of the very select frames that doesn't even need mods to function, because everything that she needs to work well in this game is just baked all into her kit. She has mobility, she has grouping, she has damage reduction in the form of her wind shield, and since you'll be staying far away, you don't have to worry about melee, and she has crowd control and infinite damage. Spamming sonar and shield gating, that's my only secret. That's fair, Shy. But I would say, overall, like, easy S for Zephyr, and I think she's the S of the S of the S's. Like, above Dante and every other frame I put there. Like, she is just so easy to build for, and has so many good augments, too. And I think what's most scary about Zephyr, She is the textbook perfect meta frame, and nobody uses her. And she's fun, and she's interesting, and nobody fucking plays her. Like, why? Why does no one play her? Oh my god. Below Void Ring and Bone Widow. Hey Steve, how you doing, buddy? Like, oh my god, the fact that nobody uses Zephyr is actually a crime. Like, she is the textbook perfect meta frame too, and nobody uses her. So little effort to be good. I forgot that the shard's on, but still. But yeah, that's kind of it then, in that case. Like, that's all the frames I own that I can talk about. Took 4 hours. I play her, to be honest, the biggest barrier is low ceiling tile sets. Yeah, that could be fair. But I do want to give a couple of honorable mentions that I have owned before. But don't own anymore that I want to talk about slightly. Don't see them here. Kullervo, very powerful frame. Like, he has a lot of good stuff. Like, I don't own him anymore because I sold him a while ago, but from what I remember, he was pretty good. But sadly, because I don't own him, I won't rank him, but I would recommend getting him. Like, he is very good. And then Grendel as well. Like, I keep forgetting to get his prime because I subsumed him, but he would... Honestly, Grendel, one of the most fun frames I've had in this game. Like, he's a lot of fun. His grind can be tedious, especially now that he's vaulted. But he's also one of those frames where, like, he just doesn't really need mods to work in current content, so it doesn't matter. Like, he's really good. Like, I will say about him, he's easily A tier. You need it, maybe? I just need to get one more part for him, actually, and then I have him fully again. Grendel's pinball, yeah, literally. Like, he just has so many different ways of playing him and building him, it's not even funny. Alright, time to leave this soon. Wow, 4-hour stream, everybody. Jesus Christ. I need to get a drink. Ah! Which one you need? I don't remember, I'll take a look later. Now we're going to get Kullervo, however his name is spelled. That's funny. Well, anyway, everybody, thank you for coming to my fucking ramble/rant. I've wanted to do this for a while. I initially was maybe going to turn this into an actual video, but I'm working on the New Testament. I really don't want to do that. Well, good night. See ya. I don't know how to pronounce that name, so I'm really, really sorry. But thank you for coming by. But, anyway, guys, New Testament's coming. I'm happy that everyone could come by and hang out. See ya, Maru. New Kullervo's peak dopamine maxing. And, probably gonna stream it again in a couple of days once my voice heals. And right when it comes to the New Testament, I gotta do some recordings with, a couple of creator friends of mine. But we're getting pretty close to actually starting to put the things together, which is fun. See you around, check your inbox. Alright, Blix. Wait, check my inbox. Oh, okay. See you, CC. And, New Testament coming. And with that, I will see you guys all later. Have an amazing night.